Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
That I guess, just because they're all about building parks.
All those comments I made.
I've just seen over the years.
It works.
Before I was
The blue light's on.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
this kind of stuff never gets touched.
Yeah, I'm all ready. Oh, yeah.
So what I'm saying is, if you took the 400,000, and paid them to use the gas tax for this. And the bleachers, that's almost 200 grand. That was one tax. Maybe 2 million left over. Gas tax for using regular or something else.
Right. Sorry.
As soon as I went to the gas station,
That's Bill.
Was she?
If you don't ask,
That's the problem. Okay, that's the way it goes.
yeah, I asked and I didn't receive it. I asked.
Yeah.
I didn't ask and I still didn't receive it.
Contractors reached out for various
So now, is this guy gonna? Seriously?
I don't think so, but it might be a discussion we can have with the
I don't know how many people are going to want to drop the boat.
companies. Where we can get them all to give us a price, and then that way, if they have to pay current people, some of the other work. It's a short an overall window. Yeah, so, yeah.
I would like to see, so,
It's down to how much? It's down to how much?
5.2, so probably about 3.
you get what you pay for. It's not giving the community.
You know, I'm more comfortable than anything on the floor.
But I think we should bring back
I'm told it's a good deal. It's going to be coming.
anybody asking for
Did we go?
they were offered free land up by Optimus Park.
who's it? But would it have been private? Would it have been privately owned and like
It was going to be donated to just off Optimus Park, where the ball fields are. Down there. They turned it down. So they couldn't have it. They just want one in their place. And he's looking at all gives a shit what he's looking at. He's running around. He doesn't see yours. People just everybody else on customer.
Oh yeah, well yeah, of course.
Yeah, so that's why I get irritated.
And I get that. The thing is, the they is always a subjective thing. The they is just the law that want to be the decision makers, and then the other, the 100,000, 10,000 dog owners. Here's from them, and they're saying we just want to.
It's great.
I think as a city we should just shovel the money. And I don't know about that either.
The city, but I would say maybe about 40% in that.
All right, good afternoon, council. It's 3 p.m. I'd like to get our potentially last meeting of budget for this year started. Not trying to get ahead of myself too much, but here's hoping. Can I have roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Justin Towndale.
Present.
Councillors Claude McIntosh. Dean Hollingsworth is not here to say here, but I did see him here. Councillors Modeste Dupel.
Present.
Sarah Good.
Present.
Elaine McDonald.
Present.
Sid Gardner.
Here.
Denis Sabourin.
Present.
Todd Bennett.
Present.
And Councillor Hebert tells me she's on his way, and I suspect
On his way.
Councillor Fred is as well.
We acknowledge that we are gathering on the traditional territory of the Mohawk people of Akwesasne. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda as presented, please? Councillor McIntosh, Councillor McDonald, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Any disclosures of interest? Seeing none. Can I get a motion to move in committee of the whole, please? Councillor Bennett, Councillor Gardner, all in favor? Carried, thank you. All right, so we'll kick off where we left off last time. Mr. Fothrop, Mr. Kuhn, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we'll be starting on page 142 to move through the waste management capital projects included in the 2023 budget. I just wanted to take a second just to introduce Mr. Dave Kuhn, who will be assisting me this evening presenting the waste management capital budget. Mr. Romano fell ill last night, so isn't able to make it today, but Mr. Kuhn will be assisting me through the presentation. So with that, I'll hand it over to Dave, and we'll start on page 142.
Thank you, Mr. Fothrop. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the first waste management project in our capital budget for 2023 is the leachate and gas capture system expansion. So landfills emit noxious chemicals and liquid that percolates through the waste mound that has to be ultimately collected and disposed of properly so we don't contaminate the surrounding environment. So this capital project aims to directly focus on the landfill gas collection system. So where we are with the development of our site, we are ready to install a new line of gas collection infrastructure that will aim to collect more gas on the area that has been filled to capacity. And in that capital budget is funds allocated to extend our leachate collection system as our site further expands.
Oh, Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So you said so that we could further expand, but this is a planned expansion, is it? This is not a big change from anything we've been doing or counting on happening?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that is when I mentioned expansion, I'm referring to the expanding our current section. So we're working in a specific area, and then we have to excavate down to the base contours in order to be able to install the leachate collection infrastructure that's underneath the landfill site.
Okay.
And then we do that first before we start filling on top of it, but it goes in phases. So at some point in 2023, we're anticipating that our next couple of runs of leachate collection infrastructure will be installed, but the majority will be used for the gas collection project that we're currently working on.
And further on that, when you start that work, is there any chance of a tour? Like, do you open the landfill up so people can see any part of this happening? I think people are intrigued by the landfill site and generally very attached to garbage anyway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it's not something that we generally advertise, but I mean, tours are definitely welcome. We're willing to, bring the public around with us and kind of give them a
Yeah,
brief.
especially for staff and
overview,
council, I
for
think
sure.
people would be really intrigued. Thank you.
Yeah, on that note, Councilor McDonald, I have discussed having complete facility tours fall of council, just because of the tight time frame with budget and the election. We haven't gotten there yet, but hopefully for a summer time frame to bring us around to every department, including our waste management facility.
Yeah.
But
If I may,
Councilor Gardner, yep.
I want to ask a question, but I'm having a senior's moment here. There's a few cities in Ontario who have bought these units that sit on a counter in a kitchen. It's like a carburetor, but it's, well, there it is right there.
if I may jump in then.
Yeah.
Yes, well, this was something that was displayed at the FCM conference, and it's out there for trial with municipalities. So I bought one. I haven't received it yet, and after I've test driven it for a couple of months, I'll let you know how it works. But it's really great. One thing they say is that COVID has made gardeners and cooks of people who never did either in the past. And so something like this, like a countertop machine that will process your food waste into ground that's good for your garden in I don't know how much time, but it's not a big unit. And the price was, so far, I paid $367. I haven't received it yet, but I'm counting on getting it. And it could be something, I think they're hoping the municipalities will offer this as one of the things that they can offer their residents. The same way we used to order, you know, you used to handle the big black boxes, say those big plastic boxes that, I think we got them at the landfill site, like, I kind of inherited one in the house I lived in, but this is a lot, this does all the work. That even the big black box didn't do all the work, so.
At the end, if I may, Mr. Mayor, the articles that I wrote, or read, sorry, said that it would reduce landfill site fill by 20 to 30%, which is, if we're looking at 10 years down the road, maybe there's a lot of garbage bags that wouldn't be going in there that would be going into the garden because it's ground up to nothing. So if I can just have a comment on that, if you know about it. And if not, fine. You do now, so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the countertop composting devices is something that we have researched a little bit in the past. The previous organics report that we had with Tetra Tech in 2020 identified more means of a curbside collection. So by 2025, we are legislated for a city of our size to have a collection of some sort. So we have to collect organics at the curbside by 2025. But we're currently we're doing the biosolids, organics, and septage master plan, and that is one of the things that I'm sure will be considered in that. But ultimately, the consultant's going to do all the math and the GHG emissions that come out of those little devices per unit, and everything's going to be encapsulated in that master plan that we received back from them.
What one of the cities did, or municipalities did, was gave 200 out free to see if it was worthwhile, and they found that it was very much worthwhile. So. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Gardner, Councilor McDonald. I think you're referring to the food cycler, which actually originates from Cornwall. It's a Cornwall invention. I know Bradley Crepo was involved in that. The company's now based in Ottawa, regrettably. They're no longer based in Cornwall. But I just wanted to point that out. That's a made in Cornwall idea. Councilor Good?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to add some of what you had just mentioned. I actually got a call from Leslie Thompson, who's now working with Food Cycle Science, and she had spoken to that, and also that it's a Cornwall based or originated company. You know, there's pros and cons to both methods, and I know South Glengarry implemented them. One of my friends down there has gotten one, and there are grant subsidies that are available for them as well, which do reduce the cost both for the municipality and for the residents. There are some limitations to it, so I imagine that's all going to be included in it. But just to say that I know they've reached out to myself. I don't know if they've reached out to anyone else on council to try and kind of give their pitch and sort of sell it. And they do have some commercial units that are beginning to come out as well. I know through conversations that we've had, the intention, at least I believe in Cornwall, is to extend beyond just the residential collection and to include some of the commercial and restaurants as well in the collection. Sorry to take it off topic.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so Councillor Good is correct. Our obligation is to collect 50% of the residential organics generated in the city of Cornwall. However, if we're rolling out a program of that magnitude, our department and our administration is all on the same kind of page where we'd like to roll it out to also the ICNI to ultimately capture as much organics as we can, and limit the amount of waste that's actually being landfilled at our site, and to further divert as much as we can. Next one.
Are we discussing the organic?
No, it's the leachate.
Or we get ahead of the game? Okay, I'll wait till you come to this page. I have some questions, but I'll save them for.
Okay, so the second waste management capital project that we have for 2023 is the alternative disposal and environmental compliance approval. This $100,000 being funded from the capital reserve is used to ultimately increase the lifespan of our site. So some of the projects that we have going on right now is we're using this fund to ultimately discover the main cause and mitigate the leachate and the mounding that we have going on in the active site. The Ministry of Environment and Climate, the MECP, have brought that to our attention, and it's going to be extremely difficult for us to receive a vertical expansion of our site with that issue currently occurring in the site. So our main focus right now is working with a consultant and the MECP to find a solution for that. Once a solution for that is found and we can implement the contingency measures to stop that from happening, then our plan is to kind of go out and ultimately go for vertical expansion, which is identified in the DFA report as a possible 15 years on top of that. So that's our plan for this capital project for 2023.
Councillor McIntosh?
Just to you, Mr. Mayor. Dave, sometimes when you drive by the landfill site on Vincent Massey, there's a distinct odor. I assume that's coming from the landfill site?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that is correct, Councillor McIntosh. So kind of flipping back to page 142 with the leachate and gas collection system. So the gas system that we originally had designed in 2016, it goes right through a section that we're currently filling. But we've modified that working with our consultant to put a run through a little bit early. So we've just changed the design a little bit. So that's going to be putting in 8 new gas wells. That's going to ultimately pull more gas out of it. So we have noticed that. We haven't received any complaints from the public on it yet. However, we like to be proactive and try to, reduce the emissions that are being released to the atmosphere before they become an issue.
Yeah, I think it's a fact that the only time you got about 4.5 seconds, depending on what speed you're traveling at, to go by that site. So
Yeah.
there's not really any residential. It's not a residential area, so it's safe there. Yeah.
So moving on to page 144, this is the third and final capital project for the Waste Management Department in 2023. We have $200,000 coming out of our Waste Management Capital Reserve to ultimately work with our BOSMP, that's the Biosolids, Organics, and Septage Master Plan. So this capital budget will be funding that. And our consultant will be looking at all different possibilities, looking at the cost benefit for each of the possible scenarios that we move to for the organics collection that we're required to have by 2025. So that 200,000 will be used to fund that BOSMP for 2023.
Councillor McIntosh and
Yeah.
Councillor
Collecting organic waste, you only talk about dwellings, not commercial. I would think commercial produces more organic waste than residences. That's off base with that statement?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that depending on the business, so say an office building or...
I'm talking about restaurants and hotels.
For sure. And so that is something that we're definitely interested in. We are hiring a research student this summer, and hopefully that research student is going to go and engage with our restaurants and a lot of the IC&I sector that we're not legislated to include in this collection program that we have to have by 2025.
Yeah.
But being proactive, we'd like to include them. So our hopes with this research student position for the summer of 2023 is that they'll be able to go and consult and engage with these businesses to see what their needs are and how we can help them accommodate them, what size of bins that they'll need, collection areas, identify potential material in their current waste stream. And so we'll be doing a waste audit on some of our IC&I establishments, which hasn't been done. We've done waste audits in the past, in 2020 with the Tetra Tech report, and in 2014 with AET, I believe, but those were only residential waste audits.
Yeah,
So we've
they
never
were.
done a business one, so we're going to extend that. Our goal is to, again, capture as much organics as we can and divert those from the landfill site.
I won't be taking part in this. I really compost, and I drive my wife crazy. Don't put the eggshells in that bin, put them over there, type thing, because they're different ways of operating. A couple other things that really not to do with organic, but how long is our contract with the current supplier? When does that expire?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the E360 collections for
Yeah.
garbage and recycling. So that contract expires March 31st, 2026.
2026, okay. I raised that Brockville had problems, maybe you're aware of this, getting a contractor. And I believe they had to go and look for one, and they found somebody locally to take it. I also read somewhere in Southern Ontario, the contractors notified the municipality that no more bags. They have to be in the big containers, and, not just another year from now. And that's, you only pick up if it's in the big containers. That way, what they do, they pick it up and dump it and put it back in. Is that a possibility here? Or have you heard anything like?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's not something that we're considering right now to go away from the possible use of bags for curbside collection. I have seen other cities, bigger cities mostly, that have that, where everything's in the carts, and you have like a blue cart, a green cart, and a black cart for garbage recycling and organics. However, it's not something that we're necessarily.
This was the contractor that notified the municipality that he was going to that system.
I know that there is, like Europe, for instance, it's all done by the cart-based system, and they have automated collection vehicles where they come up and they just grab it with the arm of the truck and tip it in. A lot of those places in larger cities, and especially in Europe, they actually have the bin is registered to you personally. So based on the tipping weight of the bin that they're tipping, you're charged back. So if you move from the east end to the west end, you take your bin with you, and you still receive the bill based on the tonnage or the weight of your waste going into it. However, it's not something that we're looking at right now. I believe it's quite expensive.
Yeah. One last thing. 3-4 budgets ago, we had a debate over single stream or multi-stream bins in Lamoureux Park, and we voted to go with the multi-stream over single stream, and there was supposed to be a survey done. Catch you off guard. If it was working. Have we ever done that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that's before my tenure here,
It was.
unfortunately. But it's like you're talking about, like a waste audit on the.
Yeah, there was, actually it was Bill DeWitt saying that they would, at the end of the season, they would do an audit, and they would see if people were actually putting the cans where they're supposed. Carrie Lynn was one that made the motion, and paper in the, yep, and whatnot, but I was just wondering if, it was supposed to save us some money.
So,
Take a look at it sometime.
yeah, sure.
Okay, enough of me.
Councillor Good, correction, Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm intrigued by the reference here to in-house organic processing options as opposed to private processing facilities which have recently opened in close proximity. And I imagine by that you mean something like La Flèche. They would be a close, okay. So the in-house options, does this mean that we are actually looking at something like what La Flèche has in terms of a processing center? And would that mean the kind of complicated approvals from the province that we would encounter if we tried to open a new landfill, when we will do it in 10 years or so?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the in-house options that we've identified, there's a couple of different options. There's an aerobic facility that's operated by Tomlinson's in Kingston. So we toured that site. It's quite a bit smaller and less advanced than the GFL at Moose Creek site. However, that is an option should we do aerobic digestion in-house. There's also the possibility, we're still looking and considering the co-digestion model. So that would be an in-house processing method where we'd have to pre-process it somewhere in the city, probably the landfill site or maybe closer proximity to the wastewater plant, before ultimately delivering it there. But that we included those because we'd like to look at every option very closely before making a decision on it.
And then I suppose when you issue your master plan, that's when we'll see what you recommend. I can't wait. When do you think that will be, the master plan coming out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we've issued the RFP. It'll be coming to council in the next month or so for potential award.
Excellent.
Like Mr. Keown indicated, there's various alternatives for organics that this master plan will consider. They'll consider all alternatives. They'll go through a legislative process to evaluate them.
Yep.
And then ultimately make a recommendation. So it's a master planning process, which is ultimately very similar to an environmental assessment process.
Okay.
And it'll consider a city managed facility, either landfill or potentially the wastewater treatment plant, or the private sector, which would be La Flèche facility in Ottawa. So it's a comprehensive report and evaluation that's going to get done, and which will ultimately give us direction on what the best approach for citywide organics collection will be.
Good. So I'm glad we're not there yet. We can learn from other people's experimentation. Thank you.
Okay, so that's it for capital. Are there any final, oh, Councillor Good, sorry.
All right, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so for this particular item here, this is for the engineering design of the required infrastructure. Okay, so this is gonna come from the recommendations from the BOSMAP, I don't know what you're calling it. Is that it?
Yeah, BOSMP, yeah.
Okay, BOSMP. Always gotta get those acronyms, you know. I wanted to speak to something that was mentioned by one of my colleagues in terms of in-home composting. I'm a composter. I've been composting for like 15, 20 years almost now. At home, it's limited in terms of what you can put in there. So the nice thing about having the municipal composting is that anything really that's gonna smell, any meat, any soiled paper, any cotton balls and things like that, most of these programs will allow you to put any of that stuff in it. So what ends up happening is that ultimately between what can go in the recycling and what can go in the organics collection, you're left with a waste stream that is very, very, very minimal. So it has the potential, I think, I hope, really to extend the life of our landfill substantially. I'm very, very, very excited about this. One of the things that I'm curious about, and I guess this partly will come from this master plan here, but is in regards to the contamination rate, because I imagine that, I mean, I'm sure that's something that we deal with, especially when it comes to our recycling, and it came up, it's all kind of part of this, I guess, not necessarily directed specifically at this, but the multi-stream bins, I know, again, we had a conversation about this as well. Obviously, they're not all created equally, and making things as clear, identifiable, and as user-friendly as possible hopefully will help that. But I'm just curious to know, what are we anticipating in terms of like public uptake? And then conversely, do we have expectations around contamination and how that might impact our ability to divert waste? Sorry, it's a big question.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, contamination is something that unfortunately occurs through all diversion initiatives. Looking like I had the opportunity to tour the Moose Creek site, and they have extensive means to sort plastic. Plastic being the biggest contamination. So what they do there is they have I believe it is 3 or 4 stages of screening after it goes through different stages of the process. It gets screened again. The larger plastic comes out, and then it gets processed some more. They screen it again, and ultimately it gets screened where there's like, you can look at the final product in your hands and there's absolutely no plastics in it, and they're able to sell that to Scott's Canada. So if you purchase a bag of Canadian Tire of Scott's Turf Builder or a Scott's brand product, then you're getting compost that's generated in SD&G from the Moose Creek site. So talking to them during the tour, they indicated that plastics are their biggest issue. I believe P&E, public education, is the biggest thing, and we'll have to put a big effort into informing the public what can and what cannot be included in the bins. But we'll have a full P&E program going out prior to 2025.
Beautiful. Do we anticipate that, like, by 2024, we will know sort of the direction we're going in, and we'll be able to engage, like, really effectively in that sort of public education piece?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So after the BOSMP is completed, we're anticipating having the results this year.
Nice.
And then that will have a big push. We have a little bit over a year we're anticipating to roll out the program, which sounds like a lot of time, but for the amount of effort and public education and outreach that we're planning on doing, we're going to get our boots to the ground as soon as we have a direction to travel in. So.
Good news. Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. One question. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, that plastics really only have a limited ability to recycle. You can't keep recycling plastic over and over again. Is that valid?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So for a lot of the plastics, there is a finite life cycle where they can be recycled. So at our facility here in Cornwall that's operated by E360. We collect all of the recycling and it gets baled and it gets sent out to market. We receive the revenue for it, and they, from what I understand, they pretty well smelt it down or pelletize it and then use it for future processing. But I'm not familiar with the methods that they further sort the material that they receive from us at the actual mills.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Telling the guys at the coffee shop this morning, all over me, what the thing, you might be the smartest guy I've ever known in 4 years.
Ms. Bailey?
Gonna be a verbal? I'll keep that to myself.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just in response to 2 questions we had at a previous budget meeting regarding the Canada Community Building Fund. Canada does flow that permanent source funding that we have to provinces and territories. And for Ontario, it's managed by AMO, and it is on a per capita basis. The city is not, unfortunately, is not eligible for federal funding for grants for students. This funding is for organizations that have less than 50 full-time employees. So I just wanted to sort of let council know on those 2 items. And then I thought what we could do is pull up our overhead screen and go over a couple of things that we talked about throughout the department presentations that we can look to council for direction. So the 2023 budget has been presented to council with a levy of just over $86.5 million. What that means to the average residential property owner is an increase of 5.45% or $150.77. As departments were presenting their budget, a few items came up, understanding that the budget is put together months ago and we're presenting now in February of 2023. The first item, and perhaps if it's up to council, if you'd like me to put them all on the screen and I can talk to each of them and council can decide whether they'd like to include it in the 2023 budget or not.
Ms. Bailey, yes.
So perhaps we'll put them all on the screen and then I'll just go over each of them individually. So the first item we talked about when we talked about non-departmental is the tax refunds for the city that are budgeted currently at $1 million. And because the 2023 tax roll is still the 2016 phased-in values, we believe that we can reduce this budget by $300,000. Another item.
Can you repeat that?
From what?
So we budget $1 million a year in tax refunds, minutes of settlement, et cetera. But because we're still using the same tax roll for the basically 7th year in a row, we don't think that there will be many requests for reconsiderations going to MPAC, and therefore the city won't experience the same level of write-offs.
So you're certain of that?
Yes, we are. We did an analysis, and we feel that even in 2022, we will not hit the $1 million we budgeted in 2022.
10-4.
The next item that we discussed was Sun Life benefits. So the city has a deposit with Sun Life. Currently, it is budgeted at $150,000 to recover. We believe that this can be increased to $200,000. and add additional revenue to the 2023 budget in the amount of $50,000.
Just a quick question, Ms. Bailey. I'll recognize
I was
after.
gonna say, so are we talking
Or not.
50,000, see if I get this right. So $50,000 less and $50,000 more
50,000 more in revenue.
revenue?
Correct.
And so it's not like a 50 less and 50 more, it's just 50 more.
Correct.
Okay, thank
50
you.
more in revenue, 300 less in expenditures, so both going the right way.
Okay.
Just a question. Are we going to be putting the dollar amounts up there as we
Yeah,
go?
that would be useful.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Please and thank you.
One other request, Your Worship, if I might, just
Set a preference.
when we talk about percentage change, if we approve something, we change our percentages, because that's always the bottom line, right? Is it possible for us to do that?
It's changing right now, Councilor
Yeah,
Hollingsworth.
right.
It
Like
should
an
happen
option.
as we go along.
Just keep those numbers low.
Please continue, Ms. Bailey.
Watching a slot machine.
Being a lottery.
The next
Careful
item,
what you
when we were reviewing the Glensterdon Lodge budget, we took a look at the resident revenue, and we did do a calculation error. It's not a lot of money, but definitely can be considered without, I think, second thought. We multiplied something by 12 instead of 24. What that did, what that means is that we can increase that revenue by $28,906. Of course, SDG gets a share of that, so it's $20,234. When childcare reviewed their budget, the new Canada-wide early learning and childcare fund, we believe that we can cover $122,912 of expenses under 100% funding.
Wow.
Right?
The next item that we have is when we discussed the municipal grants program. As council is aware, we have an envelope of $200,000. 30,000 of that is for our signature events, so the triathlon, the water boat, sorry.
Dragon race.
Dragon boat.
Cornwall Water Fest. Ms. Bailey.
Dragon boat races and the Optimus Club Rib Fest. So we've set 30,000 aside for that, leaving 170,000. But the city only received 6 applications under Program 1 and 2 applications under Program 2. So if that committee approves all of those applications in full, it means that there will be a need for 120,000 of $70,000 envelope. So if council would like for 2023, we could decrease that envelope by $50,000.
Council likes.
Another item that we thought council may consider is funding the LED street lighting, the long-term debt for that from the Canada Community Building Fund. So the long-term debt for LED street lighting is just under, or just over $113,000. And currently, we have about $872,000 sitting in the Canada Community Building Fund, so there is room there. So we're recommending that we fund that long-term debt from the reserve, $113,289. The next item is the city has just received 2 notices from the province regarding funding. The first one is the provincial gas tax for transit. We're receiving an additional $14,439. That we would contribute that amount to the provincial gas tax reserve. We're recommending to council that they consider taking $58,441 from this reserve to fund transit's long-term debt for 2023. And the other notice from the province is for court security and prisoner transportation program. The city budgeted to receive $865,000. The province will be funding $985,375 of the costs in 2023. Therefore, $120,375 can be added to revenue for police services. And the last item that we would like council to consider is over the last several days, administration has been reviewing our current recruitments, the vacancies we have across the city. And we have estimated when the positions will be filled. Based on our review, we can take a gross amount out of budget of $570,000. So removed from salaries and benefits. Of course, some of these positions are in our shared services, so we have to add back $48,000. So a net reduction of $522,000. One item that we would like council to consider is that we do add a position to the 2023 budget for the EDI position that HR spoke to when they were presenting their budget at a cost of $67,000. And that is what we worked on for the last several days. Sorry, I have to put on my other glasses. Oh, sorry, I forgot one little one. The Raisin Region Conservation Authority. We received their 2023 budget. It is $2,703 reduction from what we had estimated.
Oh, okay. I thought there was an extra zero.
Before I go to comments and questions from council on this item, I just want to thank administration for their due diligence and following up on these items. And obviously, there's some good news there from the province as well, and we are grateful for that contribution. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't trust myself to add this accurately, and I'm sure Paul's got a running total there. Can we know how much money that comes to? All those individual figures?
There you go.
Is it up there? Oh. $1,292,000. Skip the small stuff. $292,000.
Yeah, no kidding.
Works for me.
933.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. What is it? 200?
Was there anything else that administration wanted to go over in the budget document prior to council looking at discussion and motions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not from the finance department, but perhaps the CAO may want to comment?
Mr. Boileau?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the senior team has come together with managers and departments to suggest some changes that I think we have now provided to council. This allows us to maintain services reasonably close to what we had provided. I've said this before and I'll say it again. With inflation costs and salary increases and steps that staff would experience as per contracts, etc., it's really very difficult to provide a smaller increase than what we're looking at without cutting services any greater. So I'm really happy with the work that's been provided to us by the finance department, led by the finance department, but also the input from our senior team and their departments. And so we're happy to answer any questions that council may have on some of the other information.
Questions, comments, motions from council? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I would like to open the discussion with moving that we adopt the current budget as presented with the additional benefits that Ms. Bailey outlined for us here today, because it brings our tax rate to 3.76, which would mean $104 increase in taxation to the average homeowner. And I note, going through the book, there were so many items that administration has already cut from the budget. In fact, I did a tally, and I'm not a mathematician, but it strikes me that it was $1,665,000, and of course, the last three numbers just, they're there. But that's almost $2 million that administration cut from the budget before they presented it to us. And we came across those as we were having the presentations, and I'm sure we all recognize the value of all those things. And we appreciate that administration actually did that cutting, anticipating that we would be looking at, because of inflation and all this, a rather high tax rate. So I think this budget is an extremely responsible document, and I think it's sensitive. It was made with an eye really on the expenses that people are facing in their everyday lives and trying not to add unnecessarily to the burden. So I think it's, this is a budget that I think we can rest well content with as being responsible and good for our municipality to maintain our services.
Thank you, Councilor McDonald. Your motion's in order. I will ask for a seconder shortly. I know there are some councillors that want to make changes to the budget, however, but your motion is in order at the end of the day, and I'm not inclined in position to not accept it, provided there is a seconder. And then, sorry, I do apologize for that. Your motion's in order, and I'm inclined, obviously, to accept your motion, provided there is a seconder.
Sure.
I know some of your colleagues are looking to make changes to the budget, however. It'll be up to council to decide if they were to support the motion or not. If it is supported, that's it. If not, then I will remind council that, and we've learned this from previous budget cycles, that if the motion does not pass, that number is off the table, one way or the other. It will either have to go up or down, so.
Yeah, that's no less than I expected. I thought it might be seconded and then a discussion and hopefully no further cuts, because we have had significant ones. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councilor Huber, motion seconded. Discussion. Councilor McDonald, you made some comments when you moved the motion. Can I consider that your opening comments? Or would you like to speak?
No, I don't need to make any more. I'll be happy to hear what my colleagues say. And
Okay. Councilor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. Some questions, perhaps, either to Jeff or Tracy. When you looked at our staffing and you said, if I got it right, you looked at positions that currently aren't filled and said, okay, if we only fill them for half the year, because by the time, even if we approved it and you put it in the newspaper and go through the interview process and all that kind of stuff, so that's $500,000, correct? Now, did you look at people who potentially could be retiring this year and saying, okay, if said person retires in, let's pretend June, realistically, it's almost 6 months before you can, and in fact, some positions we can't fill even when we're trying to. We could conceivably go another half year before that position is filled. So if individual, let's go with easy math, $100,000, they retire June the 1st, you have 6 months before you fill it, there's 50 grand, and I realize benefits and all that other stuff. Did you look at that as well? Or did you only look at the positions that we budgeted for a full year, but we're not gonna fill it for a full year? Here's where our savings come. Did you look at potential retirements as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, that process is done through our salary planning and is already included in our 2023 budget. So when we're doing salary planning with departments, they let us know about retirees. And then what we do is we budget when that retiree is going to happen or when we feel it's going to happen, the recruitment thereof, and then placing that position back at the start of the grid. So that position may start at the big, wherever the.
You factored them coming at the entry level versus the top
Correct.
level.
Correct.
You factored in with your lines and salaries and benefits number, You factored in where they're coming in at the grid versus where the person left. You've also factored in the amount of time it's gonna take to fill that position, and that, 12 months left, less 4 months means this kind of savings, so that's already been taken into consideration when we're looking at that number?
Yes, it's already in our 2023 budget. Now, our hope is that we do receive enough notice to start the recruitment prior to the individual
Right.
leaving.
So there isn't technically sometimes a lot of lead time from the time person leaves to the time next person comes in?
Some employees, some staff give a lot of notice, and others not so much.
Fair enough. The second thing that I wanted to ask you, Ms. Bailey, is at the end of our fiscal year last year, one particular counselor, I don't remember who it was, made a motion about taking the surplus and kicking it back in to potentially, so we had so much money in terms of our supplemental taxes, right? Was that what, $1.8 million? Do I remember that number correctly?
The city budgets every year for supplementary taxation, so that revenue is
We
included.
typically put that into our reserve budget, right?
So we put, at the end of the year, council has, through you, Mr. Mayor, council has a policy that if the city has collected more in supplementary taxation than it budgeted, then the difference would be contributed to the working reserve
Okay,
as
and how
part of
much
our
money,
year-end.
how much money was that? Do we remember?
In
I thought we had
2022,
I thought we had a surplus in our supplemental. Thought it was 1.8, but maybe I'm wrong.
that was probably the budget, but let me just take a look at.
And I can yield, your worship, for other, because I do want to know that number before I'm
I
prepared
have
to vote in
it.
favor or opposed.
Sounds like Ms. Bailey has it.
Have it
Councillor
as part of
Hollingsworth.
our third quarter report. Supplementary, the city budgeted 2.13 million in supplementary taxation and has met this budget. Currently, the city has billed 1.155 in supplementary taxation, so $20,000.
Okay. Thank you, your worship.
Further questions, comments? Councillor Gardner?
Right now, I'm not going to support it, because I had a few motions I wanted to bring forward to see if council was in favor of accepting. And I had another question to do with the Progress Fund. And if I may, I'll wait till after the vote.
That's your prerogative, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Heber, and then Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I seconded the motion because I think as is, this is an incredibly responsible budget considering what we are facing, not just as a municipality, but as a community, as a province, and seeing that we've gone down almost 2% in our increase, and how much work administration has already put into reducing the rate, even before bringing it to us. The amount of capital projects they removed, knowing that many of them should have seen the light of day in 2023, and then going further with what we've just seen now. I think administration has done incredible work in presenting us a great, reasonable budget. I'd be concerned if we were cutting any more than this. We may be dipping into cutting our services, which is why we exist as a municipality. We exist to provide services for our residents. So I will support the motion as is. If that fails and there are other motions, I will consider them as they come, but I would caution folks in cutting any more than this, or from stealing from reserves, and we need to be contributing to our reserves, and I think that may come up, taking reserves to bring down our tax rate. That's not why the reserve is there, so I would caution against that. So I will gladly support this great budget.
Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I can certainly appreciate Councillor McDonald's enthusiasm with what we just saw. It is absolutely, it was a relief just watching those numbers come down. However, myself and a few other councillors I know around the table do have some things they want to discuss, and I think just shutting down the conversation beforehand doesn't make sense to me, so I would like to hear if there's any other motions. I mean, we just listened to 4 days of presentations, and to have zero discussion on it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, although I can't imagine that there would be any other cuts, but I do want to hear some of the motions that I know people want to make, just for the discussion alone. Not saying I'm going to support any cuts, but if there are cuts or additions, I want to hear them, so I would just vote against it at this time.
Councillor McDonald, is it regarding your motion?
It is a point of order, I guess. Like, I didn't anticipate that was going to shut down debate, so if we can just put my motion on hold to hear from everybody and then resurrect it. I don't know if that's legal or not, but I certainly did not mean to silence everybody. But I just wanted to provide a basis for the debate.
I'll let the clerk confirm, but I believe you can withdraw your motion if your seconder concurs.
That is correct. So if we withdraw the motion now, it will not be considered a reconsideration if it comes back the same way after the discussion.
Okay.
So to withdraw it would probably be the safer bet.
Okay, so I'll do that if my seconder agrees.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion is withdrawn. Councillor Sabre, I had you on my speakers list.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And part of what Councillor McDonald said was something that I was going to ask. I thought we had a motion and a seconder, and it was basically, let's debate the budget and that stuff. I would like, though, a clarification in that in debating the budget, you stated to us, like, if we change, all these figures come off. Can you explain, like, why would that be? Like, is this not the baseline right now with regards to identifiable cuts, and that we could be looking at others, or why would they disappear if we don't pass this?
I think you misunderstood me, Councillor Sabre. So what'll happen is, if there's a proposal, if there's a motion to pass the budget, and we'll use this percentage as an example, 3.76%, if that motion fails, we would need a reconsideration to pass it at that same number. We could not, it would need a two-thirds, I'll let the clerk explain it.
So I think the mayor had it pretty correctly. So if this motion fails, and then there's discussions and nobody agrees to cut anything else, the same motion cannot come back unless there's 2/3 majority in favor of reconsidering it. So it would be considered a reconsideration.
Typically, in previous years, what's happened, Councillor Sabre, is that a motion has come forward to pass the budget at a certain percentage, that motion has failed, and a change had to be made, whether it's up or down, in order for another vote to pass.
All right.
Further questions, comments, motions? Councillor McIntosh.
Have we ordered supper?
I'm gonna cancel.
Just in case we have to cancel.
Supper scheduled for 5 o'clock, Mr. Mayor.
And we still have another day booked tentatively for tomorrow for debate, Councillor McIntosh.
No, won't
should
go
you
there,
like.
trust me.
Are there motions or questions? Councillor Bennett and Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I would like to make a motion. I sent an email to my colleagues last week in regards to your Arts Council, who have aged out of the grants program. Now, the problem with an organization like this is they only function with grant money, right? So they put together a 10-page presentation, basically, that I had shared with all of my council members in separate emails, so there's no meeting going on via email here. So they're looking for a $25,000 MOU, I guess, with the city. And so I wanted to bring this forward to council, mostly because I've been around since the beginning of this particular group, and I've seen what they were able to do with helping bring the art community together. The things that they have supported over the years have only made the sector stronger. Just some of the examples of revenue that they help bring in with some of the things they do is actual cash value. Apples and Art Studio Tours, $96,000. The Spectacle online advertising for all events, anything art related. $36,000. The Art Walk brings in $55,000. Conquer the Canvas did $2,500. Different committees that they're a part of bring in around $10,000. It's $193,500 in cash value that they bring back just on that work. There's an organization in Ontario called the Tourist Regional Economic Impact Model, and they estimate return on investments basically in arts and culture. And just in Apple's Art Studio Tour and Art Walk alone, it's estimated at over $1.3 million of money that would come into the city. That's restaurants, hotels, purchase of goods, all those things. So that's not a number they've made up. That's a number that's the province uses to gauge these kinds of things. And I think that we risk losing this organization without them having some core funding. And so I'm putting this motion forward for $25,000 to help keep this organization going. They're only getting better every year, and I would hate for us to lose some of the great programs they've brought to our city. And something else that's not even on here is something that's fairly new, which is the Art Hive, which has really been bringing in younger generation of artists and giving them a place to expand and learn their crafts. So there's just so many different things that they're doing in this community right now that I would hate to see us lose. So that is the purpose of my motion, and I just am looking for a seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Gardner. Discussion, Councillor Hollingsworth.
Just one question, and I think, sure, I'm possibly our finance manager, maybe perhaps our CAO, is typically when we enter into a memorandum of understanding, there's kind of a negotiating process that goes on, right? We're going to, essentially this is a legal agreement saying, we're going to give you money and you're going to do this, this, and this for us. Is that not typically how it goes? When you enter into a memorandum of understanding, we negotiate, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is that your Arts Council was an applicant through the municipal grants process, has historically applied and did not apply this year. So
they aged out.
Sorry?
They aged out of the program.
Because of the 3 years? Right. So I suppose I'm just going to indicate that to council that should other organizations age out of the program, we'll be receiving more of these as well from those. But you know, that's why we put in place our working group, the format that we currently have. And so council can, of course, you know, fund as they wish and as requested, but to me, I think that's really why the working group put forward what we have in place. We do have two outside of that process with our seniors groups. And perhaps Ms. Bailey can explain a bit of the detail of that arrangement and whether there's any similarity to this. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's no similarities with this motion when it comes to Program 2. Program 2 is very specific to our two seniors groups or more, if there happens to be any other organization that qualifies for funding at a provincial level, where they will only receive that funding if there's a municipal contribution. And that's Program 2 of the Municipal Grants Program, of which you cannot age out of. There's not a limitation to the 3 years.
Your Worship, the original program, when we talked about it at the grants committee and preamble, was the premise was, we'll give you some seed money for a couple of years to get up and running, and then you kind of have to do your own thing. And then we came up, of course, the Program 2 was, these are ongoing organizations that get funding from the senior levels of government. If we kick in so much, the senior level, so of course you say, well, it's kind of free money, why wouldn't we keep it rolling? So seniors organizations as an example. The problem I have with this particular group is they don't fit into either of those. So the only alternative would be to have some kind of memorandum of understanding or some kind of agreement comparable to what we have with St. Lawrence College and the theater down there. So asking for the money as one member, I'm gonna vote against it because I think it's premature and that I would rather have, because this has to be a new deal, like it's like an agreement, we're gonna do art stuff for you and you're gonna give us some money. Well, I would wanna see what the agreement actually says, what am I actually getting for my money before I commit to it, right? So, as I said, I use the theater as the only thing that I think might be comparable. We'll do this and you give us money. Okay, but right now, as it stands, it's kind of like we have these activities and we're gonna raise this money and just, that'll, come back to the community. Please put some money in your budget for us. And we don't really have an agreement. We don't have anything in writing to identify what it is we're getting. And even through the grants committee, when those organizations submit a proposal, we have a formal proposal to say, okay, here's what we're gonna give you. Give us the 10 grand, and we say, yeah, that meets our criteria, okay, we'll do that. So in its current configuration, I don't feel like I have enough to anchor myself to committing the money. Perhaps they could come back with a formal proposal or something to that effect that I'd be prepared to entertain, but just putting money in the budget and saying, well, we'll do this for you, and we don't really know for sure what it is we're actually getting. I know there's as Councillor Bennett's email was reasonably clear, and I've sat on the grants committee, so I know what they do, but I would want something a little more formal than just putting the money in and saying, well, there you go, just go do art stuff. So I'm probably not gonna support it as it's currently playing out.
If I may just add one minor comment, Mr. Mayor. I've not seen the email, so I'm not privy to what the request is regarding. However, I do believe that your Arts Council is also a regional organization, and I think we would normally want to know whether there is any regional request for funding. It's not just a City of Cornwall organization.
Fair enough, thank you.
I have a speakers list going. It's Councillor Good next and Councillor McIntosh.
I believe Councillor McIntosh had her hand up before me. Or McDonald, sorry. Oh.
Not on the list at all, though. I want to be on the list.
You are on the list.
Okay,
I just didn't go that far down, Councillor.
I got the wrong Mac.
And there too.
The list is as I stated. Councillor Good, you're next. So.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, I'm not opposed to this idea. I think especially with us having committed to the Arts Center project, we're sending a message to the community that we're making an investment in the arts. We are anticipating at our next council meeting that there will be a report coming back from administration regarding, I believe, at this point, 2 separate committees, so a recreation and culture, or recreation and placemaking committee and an arts and culture committee. With that, I don't think this is a bad idea. I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I'm intrigued about what the CIO mentioned in regards to funding coming from the counties as well, and how that could be matched or should be matched to ensure fairness. However, the activities that are listed in the MOU. I mean, Art Walk is downtown Cornwall. This is not really necessarily benefiting the counties, straight up, and that has been a very, very successful event. And I know it's brought in a lot of business for the downtown core, which I think is a positive thing for Cornwall specifically and directly. Apples and Arts, obviously, that's a little bit more extended. What I'm wondering here is I saw that in on page 159 of our budget, and it was kind of lumped in with the waterfront plan, we had included $50,000 for a public arts strategy. And I kind of just want to maybe see if, I'm not sure the original intention of that funding. It says to establish a strategy or master plan. I don't know if it's 50 grand literally just to hire a consultant and do a plan. That feels kind of high. I would imagine that part of that 50,000 actually is going to fund something kind of tangible for us. I could see this type of Your Arts Council being funded in part through a public art strategy, because it seems like that is a lot of what they do with, even Conquer the Canvas and Art Walk. So I'm definitely I'm open to this. I think after seeing the change in the budget, 25 grand's not a huge ask. So I'd like to hear what the rest of council thinks, but I do want to ensure as a community we're sending the right, or as a council, we're sending the right message to our community that we are willing to invest in the arts and that it's an important part of our community. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, I wouldn't support it just because it's only 25,000. You know, there has to be more merit than that. This group, I understand, they maxed out at 3 years, but I think 8 years ago we were funding this organization. Is that?
I don't. Ms. Bailey might have the answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, they've been receiving funding from the city for several years, and I believe it was decreased to $10,000 the year that we put the municipal grants program in place.
I thought my first year in council, 8 years ago, that this same group came up for discussion. I may be off by a year or two, but I definitely know it was in my first term. Mark brings up a very valid point. If after they run a runway with the grants group, you can just go over and go down the other avenue and you'll still get your money. You know, there are other groups that are going to, 3 years comes and goes, and sorry guys, you're on your own. Well, let's have a councillor make a motion and we'll vote on it, and if it's only 10,000, they'll give it to us. I wouldn't want to go down that road. The issue of the counties, that came up at the discussion about 3 or 4 years ago. Were the counties kicking anything into this group? I don't know if we ever got an answer back.
I'm not aware.
Because they did, I think they did identify themselves as a part of the counties. I can remember Councilor McDonald bringing that up about 4 years ago, the fact that they did identify themselves as city and counties. The other thing I'd like to see is when they apply for the grants committee, don't they have to provide some financial statements, some documentation?
I don't believe they've applied this year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, as part of the application process, we need their 20, in this case, 2023 budget, their 2022 actuals, their last financial statements.
I'd like to see some of that before I give, you know, I mean, it's got merit, but at the same time, show me some documentation, what it's being used for, Also, I can remember when this came up too, in the last term, when we were talking about the Arts Center, that somehow maybe they could be tied in with the Arts Center. I'm not sure how it was. I think, Todd, you talked to me about that, somehow this group could be absorbed by the Arts Center and become a working group. I'm not exactly what the terms of reference were, but I know it was discussed. But I don't only vote against for this reason. I'd like to see more documentation, more information, and you know, I wouldn't want it just brought up tonight, prove it, on we go. That's my feeling. I'm not saying the group isn't worthy of it, but I'd like to see some documentation, some background information. I'd also like to know if the counties provide any kind of funding.
I can answer that.
Councillor Bennett.
They have started to get from SD&G event-specific funding. So if I know they help out with the Apples and Art thing now.
Which is a great.
Yeah. So they've kind of started in the last few years warming up to the idea that they need to fund to get theirs going. But mostly it's kind of this thing we hear often enough is, well, most of your work is done in Cornwall. Why would I pay you to support Cornwall? And we're kind of right now arguing the opposite. So it's one of those things that they're open to anybody. I mean, they've helped businesses get up and running. The mill in Alexandria is an example, a glass blowing business. They provide the governance for that and got them up and running. Now they're off on their own. So they do that kind of thing and outside of the city as well, but they do get event-specific funding from their, I don't know if it's Tourism or Economic Development or something, they kind of sign them a check for something.
I'm aware of the group, but vaguely aware of it. But I'd be more interested in putting this on ice for now until I get it. That I can make a decision on this and say, hey, I made the right decision rather than just, what the heck. It's only 20,000 and want to wrap up the budget and move on. Anyway, that's my feeling. So I'm not going to vote for the motion.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I certainly agree that we could and should support this group, but not right away. I think, as Councillor Hollingsworth suggests, an MOU requires that maybe we do some negotiating and also get some kind of firm commitment from the counties. Let's remember that the Arts Council grew out of the Culturescape report of 2012, and at the time, it was envisioned by the authors of that report that it was going to be this pan group that was going to encompass everybody, all the villages, the whole of SD&G. And interestingly enough, the Art Center, which was also recommended in that document, wasn't meant to be for the whole of the 3 counties, whereas this organization was. And consequently, I believe in the first few years, it was the federal government that gave funding to the Arts Council. And then CFDC became a funder. And the reason I think that our grant policy doesn't really fit them, I think we have to have a whole new animal to support the Arts Council, is the grants committee, at least as far back as when I was on it sometimes, the idea was this was for artistic startups, and after a couple of years, if they're not financially viable, well then they weren't meant to be successful. But the Arts Council is not ever, it's not a business startup. All the money they've raised for other people. You take Conquer the Canvas, for example, they raised $2,500. They donated that to the Art Center. And other monies that they've raised, they don't put in their own bank account, except, I mean, you need operating funding of some kind. But I'm sure that's the only money they keep. And they do grant writing for artists, but I think from all over. Like, I think there was a really strong branch of the Arts Council in Alexandria for a long time. I think maybe even one of the chairs was from the Glassworks there in Alexandria. So I definitely think we need to bring this up to the counties and to look for some support from them. And there's certainly room for an umbrella group when you think of all the drama being offered in the counties, you know, from Stonecrop Acres and ventures like this. So I'm not opposed, I'm in support, but not right now. I think we have to create a whole different animal to suit the needs of the Arts Council, or make them a permanent child of the grants policy, like forego the 3-year tenure. So in support, but not now. We've got some negotiating, I think, to do first. It serves an invaluable function in the community. Thank you.
Councillor Dupel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Certainly a worthy group and have a group that's worked hard, but you know, in the last while, the grants committee, which would have been our outside agencies committee, put together a structure, and I didn't sit on the committee, but I was like really impressed when that came through, because that's what we always seen year after year was, you know, the repeat and what are you doing to get off the grants committee. And so I was really happy when I seen the phase out time, but I think that if we reverse that now, we're going to see every group phasing out and coming back. So, because there's a lot of worthy groups out there. So for that reason, I will not support the motion.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been a part of that group for about 3 or 4 years and know the work they do. And Councillor Bennett certainly sent out an email to everyone to let us know what they do. But it's the money they're bringing into the city, the tourists they're bringing into the city, how they're working with different groups. They're administrators looking at all kinds of arts groups and helping them out. He coordinates multiple arts groups activities. Based on what I've heard tonight, I think we need to take another look at this and go over it again, so that everybody understands exactly how much these people do for this city, and then I'll be prepared to vote in favor. Not tonight. Tonight, I think I want to wait till I get the information that others need.
Councillor Heber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question. I know that the MOU here states a multi-year investment, so like $25,000 a year. Is this what, through you, Mr. Mayor, is this what Councillor Bennett is proposing, a sort of an open-ended 25 a year going forward?
So, I don't think I was very clear with my motion. So the proposal they sent was to sign an MOU with the city going forward. My motion was to do it for a 1 year, work out an MOU, try it out for the year kind of thing, and then if it works, then we could do this multi-year thing. But, so, yeah, my motion is actually to do a 1 year MOU and then move forward if it works out for the city or not. And like, so my plan was set the $25,000 ahead, let them work out an MOU with the city. So basically the money's there if it works out, an MOU, and if it doesn't, well, then the money doesn't get spent. But I clearly didn't word it that way, but that was my intent. So there's to put $25,000 in the budget for them to work out their MOU was the intent of my motion.
Okay, so that being said, I would support this motion. I think if the motion was to adopt the MOU right now and sort of blindly giving 25 a year, I think when we're looking to fund an organization who's looking for annual core funding or operational funds, I would love to see a presentation from the board and some financial statements, because I've been digging around their website, and even though they're a nonprofit, I can't find them anywhere. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong spots. So I'd love to see all of that for sort of a continuous funding, but I do see the work that this organization does in our community. We are moving forward in so many capacities on the arts sector, and this would just be adding to it. And I think, the fact that we're not moving on sort of an annual thing now would give us an opportunity to see what kind of collaboration we can have in the future about them included in the Arts Center, what that looks like, right? So I'd be happy to see 25 today, and then those conversations can take place before our next budget year. So I'm happy to support your motion, Councillor Bennett.
Can I ask the clerk to read the motion as presented, please?
Yeah, I didn't word it very well, sorry.
I think I've rewarded it 4 times,
Oh, geez.
the discussion, so let me know if I've captured
Okay.
the discussion, please.
I'd like
So
to
through
make-
you, Mr. Mayor, I've got the motion as to set aside the amount of $25,000 for your Arts Council through the Municipal Grants Program, and look into entering into a MOU agreement.
Close. I wouldn't want to use the municipal arts, the program. My,
Okay.
let me just get this out. The motion should be that we set aside $25,000, basically in tourism for it, if you want to put it in somewhere, so that they have the opportunity to work out a memorandum of understanding with the city. And so that if they can't work an agreement out, well, then the money doesn't get spent. So I'm not sure how that looks in a motion, but the idea was to kind of add a $25,000 envelope to tourism, so that they can work on a memorandum of understanding with the city, so that if they do work out an agreement, the money's there, and if they don't, well, it doesn't get spent.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Balla first, and then I'm gonna check in with the seconder of the motion.
I just want to make one comment. Every year for the last 8, 10 years has been an issue. If we didn't get the funding, we would probably lose the coordinator of YAC. That would be one terrible loss, because he does so much work for the arts community that I don't want to lose him, okay? I think it's important that he stays because he knows everybody in the arts. He's involved in meetings all over the place. He's involved with the Arts Hall of Fame. He goes to all different meetings that have to do with the arts. I don't want to lose that. He's important. And like I wouldn't want to lose a CAO or whatever. I just think he's important.
Councilor Gardner, Mr. Balla.
Yeah, I'm not sure if council's gonna wanna decide on this here today, but what we could also bring for you is that I believe your Arts Council have been recipients of tourism destination fund money through the MAT, the municipal accommodation tax. It's possible, I suppose, that if they did receive an annual contribution from the city, that perhaps Matt would say that, well, you're already getting funding from the city, you're not gonna qualify for MAT. In other words, you're not gonna get money from both MAT and the city of Cornwall. So I just want council to know that they have historically, for events, received money through the MAT. So I just want council to be aware of that as well. And I don't have that information. I don't know that Ms. Bailey would have that information.
Make a motion to defer, your worship? Is that in order?
I haven't recognized you yet. I'd like
This
to
is
go,
Dean.
Sorry, I thought you did.
I'd like to go to Ms. Bailey first, based on Mr. Ballo's comments.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know what funding has been given to your Arts Council through the Tourism Development Corporation. I do know what we have as a city contributed over the last several years, if council would like that information, because they have received funding every year from the city. So in 2017, they received $15,000. In 18, they received $15,000. In 19, $25,000. And then our municipal grants program came in place in 2020. They received $9,078. In 21 and 22, they received $10,000 in each of those years.
So I can answer the grant about the grants.
And that is because of the
Sorry.
limit.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Bennett.
So they got 2 grants from the MAT specific to 2 events. Art Walk being one and Apples Art being the other, because of the tourism hotel stays and stuff that it generates. So they do get small grants to use for that, and I believe they use it for advertising, that kind of stuff, but they do get 2 grants to help with those 2 specific events.
Councillor Hollingsworth, do you want to make a motion?
Well, I'm gonna make a motion, your worship, that we defer, and I think we can still do the budget.
Yeah.
Approve the budget, because, I mean, we're talking 25, you had to pull a reserve, so be it. But a motion to defer, looking for information about A, does the counties provide any commitment to your Arts Council, or what kind of numerical value is that? And B, we talked about the tourism, or the, like, I guess the motion to defer to determine if there's any other funding coming to your Arts Council from anybody else, or if we're basically gonna be doing this by ourselves.
Motion defers in order. Is there seconder? Councillor McIntosh?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to mention that if it is deferred the way that it's written now, and just to defer, then the budget cannot be adopted because there's a motion on the floor. Now you're deferring it. And so if you defer it and not defer this matter and not include it into the budget, that would be okay. And then it comes back and. No.
I'll withdraw the motion, Your Worship, 'cause I don't want this to be like 7 weeks waiting for a report, so we'll just vote in favor, opposed, and carry on from there, as long as my seconder's okay with that.
Before I come to Councillor McIntosh, because you spoke once on this already, is there
No.
anyone who hasn't?
No, I just, okay, so we defeat it, but we have brought things back, not brought things back, but things have come before council 4, 5, 6 months after a budget. And we have approved them in the past, certain things.
I think the suggestion is that it not be deferred, but just simply be brought, reintroduced.
Yeah, that sounds good. There's new information in the last 10 minutes that has been given to me about Matt and all this other stuff I'd like to digest.
Okay, I could withdraw, I would be willing to withdraw the motion if council would be willing to maybe bring the Arts Council to council, explain what they do, answer the questions you want, and then we could just add it later, as Councillor Hollingsworth said, do something like that. So if I was to withdraw the motion, would we be able to do that process?
I believe they have to make an application to the clerk to present to council.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's up to them to take the initiative.
Okay.
Are you willing to withdraw your motion, Councillor Bennett?
Sorry?
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Technically speaking, Your Worship, even if the clerk's office said it doesn't meet the criteria, any councillor can make a motion to suspend the rules with a 2/3 majority and then say, if the council suspends the rules, I want to make a motion to have this group make a presentation. And assuming the majority of council is prepared to entertain that, even if they don't meet the criteria, council can still suspend the rules to have them make a presentation.
This is correct. However, they need to submit the initial request based on our procedures.
Fair enough.
Okay.
So are you withdrawing your motion at this time?
I'll withdraw the
Councilor?
motion, and we'll go that route, just, because I think the request for the information isn't unreasonable.
Does the seconder agree? Councilor Gardner, I believe you seconded this motion? You do? Okay, motion is withdrawn. Further motions, discussions, or question regarding the budget?
I have a motion.
Oh, Councilor Hollingsworth beat you to the punch.
Actually, I'll let Councillor Gardner hammer away, because he might make my problem easier.
Councilor Gardner.
Well, I was going through the budget book, and I looked at Bellwood Ridge subdivision park, $300,000 from the tax base. The residents in the area have access to neighborhood existing park spaces, and I'd like to make a motion to remove and resubmit the $300,000 in 2024. I look at the fact that we're in trouble. The city is subsidizing rents. Agape is overwhelmed. And if we can help the burden of our residents by removing $300,000 and putting it back in next year's budget, then I really want to see this happen. And we'll have a reasonable tax rate at, go ahead.
Is there a seconder? Councilor Goodjoe, are you seconding? No? Just one second. Sorry, we need a seconder to debate the motion, Councilor Goodjoe.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, Councilor Ducal put his hand up first. Councilor MacDoss? Councilor
I was
Goodjoe?
wondering, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was wondering, what page are you talking about, please?
180.
180.
180.
I was almost there.
Debate on the motion. Councilor Good, then Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Whenever this item came up for the discussion, it was my understanding that there were no parks within that area, that the neighborhood folks didn't have to either cross past Tollgate to access or past Pitt Street to access. Is that correct?
Mr. Ball?
Yes.
I believe you're correct, but I'll let Mr. Fothrop respond.
What page?
180.
180.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Those are the closest parks.
Okay.
Snetzinger Park on the north side of
Yeah.
Tollgate, and Heritage Park, which is west of Pitt.
Okay. I would say given that, and given public safety and the importance of parks and playgrounds as a place for people to spend time and cool off and just to invest in leisure in our community, I'm surprised that there's not, is there any funding from developmental charges that would come towards the creation of parks? That was my understanding, that part of developmental charges went towards creation of parks and neighborhoods. Okay, I see this is coming from the tax base.
This would be additional required to anything we've received.
Is there any possibility of using any of the additional gas tax towards this rather than taking it from the tax
Be
base?
removed from somewhere else, but.
Okay. So we've capped out, I'm sorry, and it's not entirely on this, but I had been informed by our MPP Nolan Quinn just last weekend that there was an additional $700,000 in, it's not called gas tax anymore, but whatever it's called now. Was that accounted for already in this budget?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, our allocation is correct for 2023 in the budget.
And we've maxed it out. I don't think I can support removing this park. Those are two very, very busy roads. I don't think they're an appropriate road to have a child crossing, certainly without an adult. And I think like the nice thing of having a neighborhood park is so that kids can access it without being put at risk. I appreciate that it is a big item to fund, certainly, and I thought of it the same way as I was looking at this map, thinking, oh, where the heck is this? And then I realized it's all a new development. They really need somewhere to play. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I have to say I don't support this motion either. This is a growth item, and growth is extremely important. It's a priority. And $300,000 relegated to next year already? No, because we've already got a list of $1,600,000 worth of goods that were pulled from the budget that we will likely see next year. And so to add 300,000 to it, because we don't want to do it this year, to my mind, no. And I think administration's done a wonderful job of balancing the source of all the funding allocated to capital. So, you know, to say that it's taken out of reserves instead of the tax base, I think that's just, you know, it's a circular game that just goes nowhere. I think this is, it should stay in the budget. It's too important for us to move.
Mr. Bolo?
Thank you.
Just looking at an aerial map, it appears that Bellwood Ridge subdivision is almost approaching the amount of development that we have on the Wellington Northwoods subdivision, which of course has Snetzinger Park, which is a pretty generous park. And really, these people, there are enough dwellings there that warrant a park. And of course, it is an ongoing, you know, we're dealing now with phases 6, 7, 8 of this subdivision that is coming on. And so I think to delay the creation of a proper park is against our recommendation.
Further comments on this item? Councillor McIntosh?
Yes, the Councillor McDonald made the point that we put it off to next year, and she's right. You know, it's back on the table again. But if it brought back next year, could we use? Would it qualify for gas tax money or any other funding?
Probably.
Must be something else to use it for.
Tracy?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it really doesn't qualify for federal gas tax. The infrastructure needs to be something that, I can't say more infrastructure related. It has to be a capital works, I guess is the proper language.
Yeah, the irony of all this is that I drive by parks. Nobody uses certain parks in this town. Memorial Park, the other, and then we have other places that need parks, so.
Well, generally, through you, Mr. Mayor, parks such as these are getting more and more utilization. But these are neighborhoods that have young families.
That's where I'm coming from, is
and absolutely are in need of the park. I can tell you also that a pretty interesting addition to Snetzinger Park was created by Jamie Fothrop and the people who requested that cricket be introduced into that park. So that's a very new event that's been happening at that location. Worked with Jamie to create that. So these parks are, I think, very well used.
Yeah.
Not always used, of course, but there are growing families in these neighborhoods. We want to attract young families, and I think having a park is really
Just
important.
saying, if you could pick up a park that's underused, move it over there.
Yeah.
Memorial Park, bocce ball is what it's used for. The Italian community club uses it. I never see kids playing that park, ever. And that was my old home park.
Yeah.
Used to be 1,000
Although
kids
I
in that
will
park.
say that subdivisions do
Yeah,
see.
yeah, so I see
rotation.
your point there that,
Right.
They have enough.
okay, fine.
Councillor Sabri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Looking at the picture here, this is a rather dated photo, and I know there's construction activities happening there and that, so the question is, we're building a park that is accessible, they can get to it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the aerial photo shown in the project description is a few years out of date. So the next phase of the subdivision that's been completed does have the frontage of this park developed. So it is in a location that can be accessed by the residents.
See, the point that I'm trying to make here, Mr. Mayor, is I favor the park for sure, but with the construction activity that's going on, I am concerned about the safety of people going to the park and maybe as much as my friend here wants to see it deferred a year, in the name of safety, I think that might not be such a bad decision because there is an awful lot of activity that is going up there.
Before I recognize Councillor McDonald to speak a second time, Councillor Ducal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just wanted to know, like, what would be the expected time, I second the motion for conversation, but what would be the expected time frame of completion of the park?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, typically, our playground structures, the way we tender them is we'll tender them in the fall for installation in the spring. So I would expect the actual installation would happen in the spring of 2024.
So we technically would be spending the money in 2023 and seeing the park in 2024?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, we would budget the money in 2023, which would allow us to do a procurement process to hire a contractor. The money would be spent after the work is completed, so the money would be spent in 2024.
And residents would see the park there in 2024?
Correct.
If,
Mr. Waller.
Sir, Mr. Mayor, I just want to point out, I'm looking at an aerial of 2022, and there is development happening immediately adjacent to the park now. So that is Bellwood and Portland Drive, and there are houses, for the mayor, this is the park. So we're there.
It's a house across the street, it looks
Right.
like. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Just one question, Mr. Lothrop. I'm not sure who's gonna try it, but I'll throw it out your way just to see. If council said, yeah, okay, we're gonna take this $300,000 out of the budget, and then put it back in next year at essentially the same time, so January or whatever we do our budget. Realistically, could that park be up and running before the end of 2024, or does it have to be put in the budget now to have it, based on I know there's a certain amount of procedures involved. Like, could we fast track it next year and say, okay, and I realize we're shell gaming a little bit, but could we take the money out and say, okay, it's in next year, and make this like your most important priority, and still have it, let's say, up and running by September versus, I don't know, June or August or something like that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we recently just awarded a playground structure installation contracts this past January. And the installation dates, just with the supply of the structures themselves and the availability of the contractors, their installation dates are August and September. So if we waited till, if by the time budget's approved and we were to put it out, it's possible that the installation could be completed, but within that calendar year, but it would likely be right at the very end of the calendar year, at the beginning of winter, and so I don't expect that the neighborhood kids would get a whole lot of use out of it before the winter season arrives.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor McDonald.
Oh, it's okay, Mr. Mayor, somebody had mentioned it, so.
Further comments or debate on the item? Councillor Hebert.
Can I have the motion read? Sorry, I hope it's, your mic. Oh, yeah. Can I have the motion read?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The motion is that council remove the amount of $300,000 from the 2023 budget for the Bellwood Ridge Subdivision Park Development, Phase 1, and to reintroduce it in the 2024 budget.
Okay. Do you have any comments, Councillor Hebert? No? Okay.
I close it off, Mr. Mayor?
I think there's still a few more of your colleagues that want to get a few
I'm
words
sorry.
in. Councillor
My
Gardner, so
apologies.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. While I understand Councillor Gardner's attempt to lower this tax rate, I'd just like to remind everyone that we looked at what the proposed tax rates are for the next 5 years, and adding $300,000 to, what was it, 4.5, I think, for next year, is a step in the wrong direction. So I think if we're going to cut something from the tax base as far as capital projects go, this should be something we don't want to do ever. If we're just going to move it to another year, then it's going to just make it more painful next year, and we're going to be considering doing the same thing. So I can appreciate the effort of my colleague, but I just think it's something we're going to do anyway, and putting it off to a year we know is going to be tough again next year is, in my opinion, the wrong way to go.
Any final comments before I give it back to Councillor McIntosh?
Quick query, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Jamie. We're talking about the park is ready, but the structures won't be in it, but there'll still be a park.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there would be potentially be a green space there. That's a possibility. We could spread topsoil and seed it to have a grassed area, but there wouldn't be any amenities.
So you got the frame but no chassis. Okay.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to wrap this up. When I was looking at the 300,000, I was also thinking about that at that time it was 5 something. The 3.76 is still a burden on our taxpayers for 1 year for tax reduction. Residents are using food banks. Fuel is out of control. Pensioners on fixed incomes, and they're having trouble with their rents. Some in jeopardy of losing their homes, and we're subsidizing people to do that. Social services are providing subsidies to our people, to our residents now, and quite frankly, I don't think this part should be put on until 2024. Simple. It's a burden.
We need the
Thank
motion read before we vote on it one last time. Is everyone familiar with the motion? Okay, call the vote. All in favor? All opposed?
Sorry. You find one you like.
Yeah.
Hands I saw 4 here and 4 there, so can we do it again?
All in favor of the motion? You're lucky, Councillor Bennett.
Yes.
All opposed?
If it wasn't recorded, then you'd be in big trouble.
Yeah.
Motion is defeated.
I was reading further options.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion to propose in regards to the multi-residential tax levy. In this year, we reduced it from the previous year. I believe it was 1.9355, is that correct? I would propose that we maintain that rate. I believe that will alleviate some of the tax burden on our residents. I understand that will be shared between the other payers. I would like to see, in terms of, I know you had already generated those numbers, if it's possible to see how that would change the percentage. I believe it's roughly a $10 value in terms of the dollar change, but I'm not sure what the percentage would look like. Is that possible?
It is. We built a second matrix, and I'll just ask Mr. Scrimshaw to bring up our second matrix in order to respond to your question.
Thank you. If I may add to that while it's being pulled up, my understanding from the multi-residential units is that majority of them are owned by city, a little over half, let's say. That basically means, as far as I understand it, we pay our taxes, but it comes back to us, so we get to decide where that money ends up. It nets us with about $175,000 additional coming from that particular tax levy. So I'm hopeful that that will give us a little bit of wiggle room, we'll say. Even the playing field.
Ms. Bailey, would you care to explain the changes?
Yes, so our second matrix indicates that with leaving, if you see the second line down in the second chart, multi-res is back at the 1.9355. So it is also increasing like our other classes, now at 3.5%. And I apologize because I'm a little blind, but I think that's $96.89 on the average residential property.
Yes.
And so if Mr. Scrimshaw would switch back to our others, so 96.89, and we were, I think, at 104. So yes, about $110, and instead of the 3.5% increase, it would be 3.76% increase on the average residential property.
So Councillor Good, would you like to make a motion at this time?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that the multi-residential tax levy remain at its current rate of 1.9355, and that the tax increase be applied equally among all sectors.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Bennett.
Just to have a discussion.
Discussion. Councillor Bennett.
Why is it that we decided to change the levy in the first place?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, back in several years ago, I'm going to say because I don't recall the exact year, any municipality that had a ratio greater than 2 for multi-res had to freeze that class.
Right.
The city of Cornwall found itself in that position, and council froze that rate. I think it's been the last 3 years in a row, and we've been bringing our rate down. In 2021, it ended up below 2.0, and council then decided in the next budget, annual budgets, to continue to freeze that class because of its strategic initiative to support affordable housing. And also, the province is recommending that municipalities continue to decrease that rate to the range of fairness, the information that I had shared with council, in order to, again, support affordable housing. So that was the reasoning for it. We are under 2. We do not need to freeze the rate any longer. In speaking with the mayor prior to giving the budget books out to council, we did let him know that we continued with that directive. And therefore, that's why the 2023 budget was presented in that way.
Okay. So we're under the 2%, which is what the province wanted. So, like, I'm looking at $7 difference on the residential rate. So it can't be that much different for a multi-residential rate? Like $7 difference on a residential rate, it would be the decrease if we were to do as the motion suggests. What kind of an effect would that have on multi-residential? I'm with you. I think we need to support affordable housing, but if it's $7, I mean, that shouldn't affect anybody. Obviously, it's more because the properties are worth more, but.
So these are numbers based on the budget, and they wouldn't be much different, but they are based on how the 2023 budget was initially submitted to council at 5.45%. So what that meant was, in not freezing the multi-residential ratio, we would collect just over 289,000 more from that class, and then all other classes would decrease as per the relationship of the ratios by that same amount. So that $289,000 would be applied to any of any property in that class. And so there are many properties of which the city's portfolio represents just over a third or so. So our costs in social housing, as an example for taxes, would go up $114,000 if you wanted to understand what it would do to the city's budget. To the balance of the multi-residential class, it would increase by $175,000.
Okay, so just to follow up on Councillor Good's statement about we're taxing ourselves. So is it literally taking it out of this pocket, putting it back in this pocket, and then using it for, what we'd use anybody else's taxes for?
So we would have additional cost in their area, which means if they have funding that comes to the service, that's that much less funding they could use for their service because they're paying tax dollars.
Okay.
A greater amount of tax dollars. If you want to take a look at that business unit on its own.
Right. No, that's kind of what I was hoping to get for information. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, can I just get, I have maybe a couple of questions, but can I just get the motion read exactly so I know what we're talking about for sure?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what I have is to amend the multi-residential tax levy from 1.9407, which is a 3.76%, to 1.9355, which is 3.5%.
Okay. So.
I don't think that's, I think
Yeah,
the
that sounds
first,
like a
the
lot-
first
lot-
number should be 1.8, if you want, if you don't mind scrolling up a little bit. I believe it's changing it from 1.8653
Yeah.
to 1.9355, which is the current tax levy. Well, I guess it would be from the 2022.
The current
But that's not
ratio.
the,
Ratio, sorry, my apologies.
but that's not the budget that is before you now.
Correct, but can you reread what you said? I just think the
So
numbers
we're
are
going from, right now, the
Yeah.
budget is presented at 1.9?
1.8653.
That's the 2023 budget,
Yes.
Tracy?
Yes, so.
That's the way it is now.
This is how it is right now, at 1.8553, the ratio for multi-res.
653.
653, sorry. And the motion would be to hold that at the 2022 ratio of 1.9355.
I'm sorry, I'm going to try to find my thoughts and put them into words, Mr. Mayor. The budget right now, the 2023 budget that is presented to council, as it is now, was at 1.9407.
No,
It is at 1.8653.
Right.
correct.
And you want to go to the previous
You'll want
tax levy.
You'll want to expand on the budget. It's not the budget, it's the multi-residential ratio is
Not the budget number, it's the ratio.
at.
And so you want to go from that 1.8653 to,
1.9355.
which was the 2022 ratio.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, what's going on there, your worship? Let's try and make it simple for us non-mathical math people. So essentially, if I get the motion, we're gonna oblige the multi-residential people to pay more,
Correct.
correct? Okay. So, that being said, your worship, I'm not gonna support the motion. If you look at a person who owns a multi-residential building right now, if I'm not mistaken, legislation says that they can only increase their rents by, I think it's 2% or somewhere in that range. If they have to renew their mortgage, they're looking at 6.5%. If they want to do any renovations, as we've heard last night with regards to our arts center, the cost of any kind of construction is what, something around 30%, give or take, over the last 3 or 4 years. So we oblige them to maintain their properties, which I think they should. We also potentially have to deal with new mortgage rates, oblige them to maintain their properties at an increased cost of potentially up around 30%. And we're on record as saying, yeah, we support affordable housing. To support this motion, at least maybe I've got it all wrong, but to support this motion seems contrary to the notion of supporting affordable housing. Because what we're saying to the owners is, we want you to build these these apartments, and we want you to keep the costs of these apartments down, but we're gonna ding you for more taxes. And we're gonna use the money you're paying in more taxes and distribute it through all the other classes. That seems kind of contrary to what most councillors said at election time, certainly what I said at election time. So recognizing that, your worship, I don't think I can support the motion as it's presented, so I'm gonna vote against it.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know how tight the budget with housing is, and I think also, when you start tinkering with the budget for very small amounts, and you start shifting expenses from one class to another, you're just gonna break something that's okay now. Like, in attempting to fix something, you're gonna break something else. And the hit to our own housing would be the biggest casualty, I would say, $114,000, right? That's not negligible to us and to people who are living in our Cornwall area housing portfolio.
Councillor Ngunjo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor Troyo. May I ask to my colleague, Sarah, why is she bringing this motion? What is her goal, in fact?
May I?
So, Councillor Good?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of bringing this motion, from my perspective, is based on what I've seen over the course of the pandemic. There's been a huge transfer of ownership, especially among residential properties. We've seen renovictions, as we've been aware, and there's been, aside from, I'd say, our city-owned properties, not a lot of compassion when it's come to some of those large property owners and the way that they have encouraged, I'll say gently, some of their residents to move out so that they can renovate and then charge a higher price. I believe that the intention behind this is noble, and I certainly see how we wouldn't want to affect our own social housing in a negative way. My understanding of the way that we levy our taxes is that we can take the taxes that we are paying into our own municipality and frankly put them back wherever we want. So getting that extra, if it's $114,000 that we are paying for our own buildings, it's not a loss for us. It actually allows us some flexibility. We can make the call to put that back into social housing. But what it does is it says to the private investors who've come in, purchased large buildings, have charged their tenants much more than what historically people have been paying in our community. I believe that it would disincentivize that. I believe that it's fair. I also think that home ownership is something that we want to have be attainable to the members in our community. And I think that by spreading out our tax increase evenly among these sectors, we are being fair to homeowners who don't have an option to charge someone more for what they're doing. They make their income and that's it. A multi-residential, I'm a landlord. It's not a multi-residential. So I appreciate the fact that there are costs associated with it. I don't think that this is the solution to affordable housing, is to reducing their tax ratio. I don't believe that that's going to be effective in creating more affordable housing in our community. And I worry that if we lower the tax ratio, if we continue to lower the tax ratio, we will be in a position where we cannot then increase it. We're below the legislation of the province, and I believe that we're at a rate that is fair at the moment. I don't think this is going to encourage more affordable housing, and I want it to be fair for our residents. It might be only a $10 for most people, but it really ends up being a 0.25%, actually 0.26% change to the residential tax rate, and I think that's important.
Councillor Ngunjo, follow up.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, but thank you for your sharing, but as I am understanding, it's going to have a big impact in the people that we have in the renting our house right now. Okay, so I don't think it's a good idea. So we need to support people in housing, if I understand.
Can I have a matter of clarification? Would that increase the rates that we charge our tenants in social housing?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. It won't increase rates that we charge to our tenants, but it does impact our operational budget that's required to maintain facilities at a certain level for our tenants. So it impacts in that area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. But as it's presented, I'm not going to support it.
No problem.
Mr. Balla.
Yeah, we have heard criticism in the tax office of people who are trying to construct in the private sector multi-unit buildings that our tax rate, multi-unit rate is high. And so the only thing I'm going to put on the table is that it could discourage the development of new additional multi-residential buildings if we maintain the rate the way it currently is. I think what we're trying to do is lower the rate. I mean, it's up to council whether they want to lower the rate, but I can say that we have received comments to that effect in the past. Oh, Tracy, did you want to add?
Ms. Bailey?
Just further to Mr. Boileau's comment, in order to support the initiative of affordable housing in that same year where this regulation came down, all municipalities were required to put a new class in place, and it's just called the new multi-residential class. So any multi-residential builds since 2020 have been in that new class, and that new class is one-to-one with residential. And so a multi-residential property built today is being billed or taxed at the same ratio as the residential rate. So there is a little bit of inequity between our older multi-res properties and the ones just built because they are taxed at a different rate currently. The province is looking to municipalities to support a continuous decrease in that ratio. But definitely up to council because we are under that 2.0.
Councillor McIntosh?
Yeah, I can appreciate where Councillor Good's coming from, but at the same time, it almost strikes me as a tax on a major developer who owns about 750 units in town and is promising to invest about $1 billion more over the next 10 years. Interesting, Mark, you said you get complaints from multi-res guys about the tax, what they're paying taxes. Tracy, what is a multi-res? Is it 6 and more?
7 units and more.
7 units and more. Okay, so that wipes out a lot of the units I'm thinking of. Yeah, these are guys we rely on for building houses, and I'm always curious when we say affordable housing. Affordable means different things to different people. What I might think is affordable, the guy making $19.95 an hour might say it's outrageous, that he can't afford it. But anyway, I'm not going to support the motion. I appreciate where Sarah's coming from and what she's trying to do here, but I see it as a tax on, say, the DevCore tax.
Any further debate on the motion? Councillor Good, I'll give you an opportunity to wrap up.
Thank you. I appreciate the consideration of this. You can call it that. I'm not going to say it out loud. Yeah, I think that the people who are making the most money should be paying the most, but that's just me.
Do we need the motion read before we vote, or is everyone clear on what we're voting on? Okay. All in favor of the motion? All opposed? Motion is defeated. Further motions, questions, comments on the budget? Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor McIntosh.
It's gonna be a little while, Your Worship, so I don't know if council wants to, I can do it in between or whatever, but, or I can just start. So basically.
We'll start and then we'll adjourn.
All right, sounds spectacular. All right, so here's what I would like to do. As it stands, and I'll see if I can find a page here. For those of you who want to keep track of this kind of stuff, on page 103, we have a budget item to put up for plants and trees. I'd like to move that we, instead of pulling it from the tax base, we take it out of working reserves. And I can elaborate further if I can get a seconder.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Gardner.
Okay, so
For discussion.
So here's where I'm going with this, Your Worship. It is tax-based, which means it goes right to our bottom line. And as one of my colleagues articulated earlier, you don't want to move a project back till next year, because even though I get the intention is to try to manage 1 year at a time, you're kind of cheating yourself. But in this case, with the $300,000, I'm not sure if council is necessarily, I realize we want to improve our tree canopy, don't misunderstand. But I'm not sure once this project is done and we get to the canopy and we're done with it, I'm not sure if we're gonna commit $300,000 every year for the next 10, 20, whatever years. And so, while we may end up wanting to commit an additional $300,000 next year, rather than kind of pencil that in, I'm kind of looking at reserves for the one time, and if this looks like it's going to be an ongoing project forever, then I'd probably say, yeah, leave it in the tax base, but because I don't know how it's gonna shake out, I'm trying to kind of manage our rate this year. What I would suggest is reserves this year, reduce that by $300,000 to the tax base, and then kind of reconfigure what we're gonna do next year. Maybe it's gonna be 300,000 again, maybe we'll take a 1-year pause, maybe it'll be 500,000, because we're not really, it's not like a forever and ever necessarily. I'm looking to kind of cheat a little bit on this year's budget, pulling it out of reserves and reducing the tax rate by $300,000, or reducing the levy by $300,000. That's where I'm going with that one, Your Worship.
Further discussion, Councillor Bennett?
I just have one question. I'm looking at the working reserves right now. The balance is $3,591,953. What is the target level that's supposed to be at?
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, on page 206, we don't look at the working reserve on its own. We look at our operating reserves. So currently, it's estimated that our operating reserves will end in 2023 at 5.2 million. Our targeted balance is 7.7. Based on the long-term financial plan of us trying to achieve our targeted balance, it had 2023 at just under 7 million. And just one more note, Mr. Mayor, any monies taken from the working reserve, per policy, there's a requirement to pay it back in the next budget year.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments on the motion? Councillor Gardner?
I have one more question to Ms. Bailey. Where do we stand with our progress fund in terms of interest? Are we bringing in enough money and interest on our money to be able to cover the cost of the Benson Center?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for years now, many, many years, we have not been bringing in enough money to cover the long-term debt for the Benson Center. I believe the long-term debt principal and interest is just under $720,000. And this year, we brought in $420,000 in interest budgeted. The budget for 2022 was 316. So because we've seen an increase in our interest rates, we believe that more dollars that will be made through the Progress Fund to support that long-term debt.
So you'll support it or have a overage at 4.5%?
Will not
Won't be
take
over.
in $720,000 in 1 year.
The reason I ask that is, how long, first of all, does that loan go now? I know we extended the mortgage, but how long are we paying in?
We have a loan until 2032 with 5 years to renew. So we took out a 20-year loan amortized over 25 years.
Okay,
So
thank you.
we'll be finished paying for the Benson Center in 2037.
Okay, can we turn, after that date goes by, can we take that money from the interest from the Progress Fund and put it towards the Arts Center?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be a decision of council of the day.
So, okay, I just want to know if, I think that would be a good way to pay that off. And it wouldn't be as much money as we're paying now for the Benson Center. I'll bring that back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further questions or comments? Councillor McIntosh?
Back to trees. Shady subject. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Jamie. Jamie, the 300,000, is that like cost of planting trees and the, are we still taking down trees for the, what do you call it, the ash borer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think this question.
Oh, okay.
Probably
Wrong
belongs to-
Bothrop, okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, this is our tree planting, essentially our tree planting budget. So yes, we're still removing ash trees as required.
Is that part of this budget?
Absolutely, yes.
could you give me a ballpark figure? Of cost of planting trees opposed to?
The vast majority of it is now going to planting.
Okay. The Raisin region, I went to a tree planting ceremony. It was a photo op, but they gave me a shovel and I planted a tree. But they planted many, many trees in one of our parks. I don't know which one it was, up Amherst Corners area. And that didn't cost us anything. And then I went to another, I do a lot of tree plantings. I went to another tree planting off Pitt Street with the, I don't know what the name of the park is, where the creek flows through. And again, that was, I think, Raisin region, planting trees. And they give away seedlings.
Yeah, through.
Are we not tapping into that program big time?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, those were joint projects with the Region Conservation Authorities pertaining to, the one specifically was along the Raisin River in riparian restoration. But this is in city parks and city boulevards, much higher caliper tree that we're planting.
Okay, Hydro also has a tree planting program, I think, up at their parkland and whatnot. But I was just wondering if we could reduce the amount by using more of those resources that, from the Raisin region.
Through you, Mr.
Again, you explained that you're talking about, I'm talking about seedlings, you're talking about something else.
Correct.
Yeah, different animal. Eh?
Different, yeah.
Okay, so it's nothing like trees.
Further comments on the motion? Councilor Hollingsworth, I'll give you an opportunity to wrap up.
Well, I don't think I need to belabor it, Your Worship. Like I said, sometimes when we do budgets from one year to the next, you're not sure how it's gonna break. Certainly, I would suggest that if this looks like it's gonna be eventually we'll have cut down every single ash borer tree ever, so we won't need money to do that anymore. So potentially, I don't know how that shakes out in the grand scheme of things, but I'm looking, I realize this might not be a long-term solution. Certainly, I'm not looking to take money from my bank account every year to pick up the tab for my operating costs, but sometimes you chisel a little just to see how it's gonna break. So I see it as a one-year thing and kind of a reassess next calendar year. So that's where I'm standing with it, Your Worship.
Yep, call the vote. Do we need the motion read again? No? Okay, all in favor of the motion? All opposed?
Wow.
Motion is defeated.
All right.
That's not just
If
me.
I have a subsequent motion, Your Worship.
Councilor Hollingsworth?
So, or maybe a question, then possibly a motion. Ms. Bailey, we have 6 new potential positions in this budget, correct?
Full-time positions,
Full-time
yes.
positions. Okay. We also have an additional equivalent to, I think it's 5 equivalent FTE in the budget as well through part-time staff that we're planning on hiring, correct?
Perhaps more than that.
6?
So we have 18 full-time
Yes.
equivalents, less our 2 contracts, less approximately 4 part-time, the hours representing the 75-12 part-time hours would leave 12 full-time equivalents. And 6 of those are noted, so 6 of them are full-time equivalents.
Full-time equivalent. And can you give me a ballpark as to how much money those 6 positions currently would those part-time positions would represent?
So I can't give you a number today for that. We did try to communicate the changes in staffing through our departmental presentations when the general manager and managers were before council. So I don't have a dollar figure, only to note that the resources that we find in our 2023 budget is what the city needs in order to provide the services that we provide.
Well, I realize when you cut staff, you cut services. I mean, I understand it's not rocket science. What I'd like to do, your worship, is I'd like to make a motion that we approve 2 new planning positions, planners for the planning department, and that those positions be found within either the 6 full-time or the 6 part-time FTE. And I believe there's an official term that our human resources manager has used, what, net gain or? Yes, so basically what I'm asking council to do, 2 new positions specifically for planning. Where our administration finds the other positions to compensate for that is up to them, because if you talk to any manager with those new positions, they'll tell you they need this new person. Fair enough, but you didn't have that person before, so how does that work? So the motion should read, 2 new planners for the planning department to be found within the existing 12 new FTE equivalent. That making sense? All right.
Is there
If
a
I can get a
second?
seconder
I'll
for that.
second the motion.
Councillor Dupel, discussion. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to be clear, you're actually reducing the total number of people then who will work for the corporation. Like
Councillor-
2 of the new full-timers, you're going to say we have to be pulled from existing staff? Just tell me the math.
I'll let you answer, Councillor Holland.
Basically, we have 12 new positions that this budget represents.
Good.
Full-time, full-time, part-time.
Yeah,
I would like 2 new full-time positions in the planning department.
in addition to the 12?
No, to be taken somewhere within the additional 12. And because I'm not an expert, I don't know where they should do that. I'm looking for them to
Okay.
figure it out.
So then I think what you're saying is you 2 people allocated to planning.
Yes.
And then we'd be hiring 10 new full-timers.
So
I just
our
have to
new,
say,
our new plan would, our new employees would be the same. I'm asking them to reallocate resources to the planning
but you mean,
department.
you're just moving them around from different departments, or you're cutting the total complement?
Total complement stays the same.
Well, then there's no change to the budget.
There isn't. I'm not looking to change
Why is there a
any-
motion before us?
Because council has to approve this, because they haven't asked for it. Council, and it affects the budget in terms of how that money is gonna be allocated.
It just seems to me, Mr. Mayor, this would be micromanaging, and this is something we as councilors just don't do. And if planning needed 2 new people, they would have asked for it? So I'm not understanding the difference between this and micromanaging.
I can answer it if you want.
Does anyone from the
We don't do operations.
Does anyone from the planning department want to comment on the motion?
That would be me. To be honest with you, I don't know if we can find 2 additional planners. We have just gone through a recruitment exercise and have, I think we're very happy with what we just went through, and we have now, like, the paint's not dry yet from what we just went through, and it's a long process to try to find a planner today. And so while I would love to have a larger planning team at some point, 2 things. One, I don't know that there's a correlation, I've said this before, I don't think there's a correlation between having more planners and dealing with what is viewed to be sort of a long process of permit issuance. I don't see that correlation. So I think that we would have a difficult time finding new planners. I'm not, to your point, we didn't ask for additional planners. I want to also mention that the way we do this budget is every department creates what they feel is an appropriate budget. That is then presented to the senior team, who scrutinize all of what we're talking about. So before we present it to council, it is presented to all of the senior team. And if, quite honestly, and we question all of these staffing requests. And we feel, as a senior team, that what is being requested is what we agree. So if you're gonna ask us about staffing, we think that what we have submitted to you is appropriate. So I think that's really all I wanna say.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could say then my opinion on this, since it is a motion.
Councilor
I
McDonald?
just want to say that the whole world is having difficulty finding competent employees, and and I don't think we should impact, our full-time, part-time in any way. We have to be competitive, and I think we have to do the best by our employees. And I still don't understand exactly what you're saying, but I just want to say I'm against dabbling in the allocation of personnel beyond the departments, and I'm certainly not in favor of reducing certainly not any of the new full-time people.
Councilor
Thank
Huber?
I think I just want to make it clear what the motion is. Administration has come to council saying, we need 12 new positions, one for A, one for B, to do all of these things to accommodate the growing municipality, the growing needs of our residents. So we need person A, B, C, X, Y, Z. And what Councillor Hollingsworth is asking is that they decide out of those 12, which one they don't think they need as much as the other. And we're gonna take those 2 away, and we're gonna replace them with 2 planners. I think that's pretty much what you were saying, right? I will not support the motion.
Any further comment on the motion? Councilor Hollingsworth, I'll let you wrap up.
Round up. It is within council's prerogative to determine staffing. That is, and subsequently, you can talk about service. It's within our prerogative to determine service, which ultimately always affects staffing. It's a chicken-egg thing. Where I'm coming from is, in my humble estimation, there was a sense that if we had more planning staff, we could process building permits quicker and thereby move the city forward. So I could make a motion to say, we want planning to do more permits per day or per week, which ultimately ends up being staffing. Or I can make a motion to say, I want to see us have more staff. And you can pull the compliment from wherever you wish, because I don't know whether we need 5 street sweepers or 10 street sweepers. That's what the manager's job is to do. And I'm not gonna tell him how to figure out how many street sweepers he makes. I am gonna tell him how many staff I want, and I am gonna tell him, or we, I should say we, are gonna determine what level of service which affects staff either way. So that's kind of where I'm going with it. If council doesn't want to vote in favor of it, that's fine.
If I could just make one additional comment. I think we just went through COVID, and the question has come to me before, do we have enough bylaw officers? Do we have enough building officials? And I think there seems to be a growth in development that is on its way. We're seeing that in the business park. We're seeing that in residential proposals. And it's possible that we're going to need more building officials. That's my guess, is that we will need more building officials. If we continue to see the growth that we're seeing, I think we will need more building officials. I'm not sure that we need more planners. It's possible we'll need a little bit more help in bylaw enforcement. But that, at this time, I can't find additional planners to what we have. And building officials is not easy either. So we're trying to be creative on how we do that. But I think that's a conversation that can be had throughout this year. Mr. Fothrop will be assessing the needs of the bylaw office, the planning office, and all of that. And it could be that next year we come and say, we need additional staff in that area. If I had to guess, I'm saying, I think it's more in the building official area than in the planning area. But, we received information from EMS about the needs in EMS. we've listened to a discussion about the efficiency of having a full-time as opposed to these part-time people. So those are where we see the needs. And that's why we're bringing it to council. That's our recommendation for staff.
Okay. Do we need the motion read again? All in favor of the motion? All opposed?
Seem to be going down 10 to 1 a lot. Last night, tonight, I give up.
Motion is defeated.
I know how you feel. Kind of like the Alamo.
Maybe on that note, we'll break for dinner, like Councilor Hollins.
It's not bad, Dean.
We'll reconvene at 6 p.m.
Oh, that's worse.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I just want to, again, more like the sinking of the bridge, Mark. There you go. It's a big ship that shouldn't have gone down.
Yeah, exactly.
Not really pretty relevant.
Is that good?
And,
Waiting for like a signal or
Yeah.
something.
Using
That's what I
Okay.
say when people were saying.
Okay, council, we'll get back to it. Councilor Hollingsworth and Councilor Dupel.
If I can finish my spiel, your worship, and then I'll walk away. So if you take a look, council, for those of you keeping track, page 177. Playground structure replacement. What I'd like to move, your worship, make sure I get this right. So I'd like to move that we not cut that money, but use the, I can't. Capital. So basically, your worship, if I could take the 120 from the tax base and use what is essentially the gas tax to pay for that instead. And I believe and I know it's not the gas tax, but I'm using the word here. I know our finance manager said capital projects, so you have to use capital projects that are gas taxable. So the idea would be to take that 120 from the John Q. Public taxpayer and use the gas tax for that instead. If I can get a second.
Your seconder for the motion?
I'll second for motion to further discuss it.
Councilor Bennett, discussion.
I have a question.
Councilor Bennett.
Through you to Ms. Bailey, do we have any money left in the
840.
old gas tax?
We do. We used some of it for the LED lighting for long-term debt. So about 114 or so. So on page 211, so let's say there's about 700 but I'm just gonna quickly do while it's discussed at council, I just wanna take a quick look to see if it's an eligible expense through the
Good.
community building fund.
Okay, so while Ms. Bailey looks up that, Councilor Bennett, are you satisfied with your question at this time?
Yeah, I am, thank you.
Other questions?
Other questions?
Any other questions?
Yeah, sure.
Councilor McIntosh?
We expected, we had the meeting on Sunday, and we're requesting money from the feds. Would that money affect this budget?
I believe that's a question for Ms. Bailey or Ms. Smith.
So first to answer, is the project eligible? So under the new or newer terms, it says eligible projects under this category for recreation include constructing splash pads and playgrounds in a park.
Nice.
Okay, so it's eligible, okay.
And sorry, is the other question about the IRCC?
Yeah, the possibility of receiving money. The way it sounded with that meeting, that we will be getting something, we just have to send a bill in. Would that affect this budget, or does it go right into reserves?
What we would do is we would hold those money for any additional expenditures that the municipality would incur. So anything that we would not spend, if there was additional funding, would be sent back to the federal government. For the gas? No, this is the IRCC.
Yeah.
So maybe let me explain it this way. If we don't receive any money, the city may be at a deficit because we are going to incur additional expenses or lose revenue.
Okay.
But if we do receive money and it's more than our expenses or lost revenue, we would return that because it's for that purpose only. I would presume.
Okay.
I don't think they would.
When you say loss of revenue, is that an exact figure, or you say these are the number of people hours we put in?
Yeah, you go first.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sure you're well aware because you've been party to meetings that I have not attended, but there's different expenses for staff hours. There would be lost revenue related to our MAT revenue.
Yeah, that's.
And I believe police services has provided some cost to their service, et cetera. So there's a list of services that the city provides that has been included in that calculation as it stands today. I'm sure that
Yeah, okay,
would
so
be-
we can't count on that, that's the.
No.
Okay, the other thing is that, maybe I missed it, how much more are we spending on paying our, servicing our debt in this budget?
So let me just take a quick look at our presentation, because I'm positive it's on one of our slides. So it actually went down.
Yeah.
So in 2022, our debt was just over 7 million. In 2023, it's just over 6.6 million, so a reduction of almost 400,000. And of course, if you recall, not all of that is funded from the tax base.
Okay, like that's 7 million to service the debt, that's not the debt, that's what we pay to interest.
That's principal and interest.
Principal, oh, yeah.
So I can get to this slide if you want to know the,
I'm interested in the interest.
yes, so the interest on our debt right now,
3 million.
I probably went, oh, here we go. So in the 2023 budget, principal is just under 7 million.
Yeah.
The interest is 1.67.
Insurance costs, they went up 500,000 in last year's budget. Has there been another, you don't have to give me the exact number, but has there been a sizable increase? I think it's in there.
Interest has gone up 200 or 400, 1 second. Interest has gone up 400, almost 450,000.
Okay. And one final question, do we still have do we have a traffic engineer?
Currently, we do not have, I believe somebody's acting in that position, but I'm not sure if another person has been backfilled. It has been taken into consideration through our review that we did as a reduction to salaries, that recruitment effort.
But are we gonna replace that person? Fill that position, Michael?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we are actively trying to replace that position.
Trying to, is it, we may not this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our expectation is that we will have a supervisor or transportation engineer in place this year.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and the new positions that we've talked about, would they be like, it wouldn't be a full year's salary, obviously, or benefits, so half a year's worth of salaries? They may not start till June, maybe?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that's potential.
Yeah. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is actually what Tracy Bailey has described for you, and the savings of
Yeah.
$400 and some thousand is an example. That's an example of contributing to that.
Okay, okay. I think this may be coming up in motion with somebody else, but what if we staggered those? Would that be a bigger saving? 2 in June, 2 in August,
Yeah.
2 in September?
If I can make a comment on that, and there may be comments from others, but our preference is that we would fill those immediately. Because we have the staffing needs that we're showing. It's just that it takes time to get these in place, and we've done a calculation to show what savings we'll see. But the truth is that if we could fill those all today, we would fill them all today. But it's just not reality, so that's why we're coming to you with $400 and some thousand in salary.
Looking ahead, those won't be savings available next year then?
There are always savings because there are always
Lady.
delays. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor McIntosh. Back to the motion, since we have our answer now. Further discussion, comments on the motion? Councilor McDonald?
Did I hear Ms. Bailey say it was an admissible expense?
It was.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there were changes to the fund a few years ago, and at that time, it was not. The municipality really had to find, there had to be measurable outcomes, and some of this infrastructure or capital works you couldn't measure. But reading briefly,
Okay,
it says that it's an eligible expense.
So now, if we don't take that 120 from the tax base, was the suggestion to take it from reserves? Or maybe you didn't?
If you want the, through you, your worship, You look on page 206, I believe it's officially called the Canada Community Building Reserve Fund.
Okay, so is
We
that,
called it the
that's
gas
the old
tax
gas
2 years
tax?
ago, but-
Is there money still in that reserve? Like, how does that work out with what we're trying to do in terms of our reserves and all that sort of thing?
So there is,
Council response.
through you, Mr. Mayor, there is money in the reserve, and this project is eligible to be funded from this reserve. There's just two cautionary remarks, I guess I'll make. One is that, as council's aware, when we've been going out to tender, things have been coming in a little bit higher than what we have budgeted. And a lot of our projects are coming from the Canada Community Building Fund. So what we would recommend to council when we went to council with the tenders, that we would take the balance of that from that same reserve. So that would leave
right
a little bit less. The next item is that playground structure replacement is an ongoing capital works. And for it to come from the tax base is the most logical place because funding isn't always secure.
Right.
The Canada Community Building Fund is one of those funds that it's pretty secure, but could be used for other one-time type projects instead of a year-over-year-to-year project. Those would be my only two comments.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. On the basis of that, I don't support the motion.
Councillor Good?
Yeah, it was related to that. I was wondering what the consequence would be of actually drawing it from that reserve, what the balance is, and the kind of rationale behind not using all of it. Do you anticipate that, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, do you anticipate that we will use that entire gas tax reserve? If we are not to use it all, do we have to return it, or can you just talk about the logistics of that a little bit?
I don't know to what degree we will go to that reserve outside of the 2023 budget. It depends on what our tendering looks like. We do not have to return the funding as long as it's spent within 5 years.
Okay. Okay. And the remainder, if you could,
It's about 750.
Okay, thank you. I'd still be willing to entertain it. I mean, it seems like a pretty good buffer for some of our projects, but if it's not gonna go to waste, I mean, my thoughts are, you know, let's use the money that the feds are giving us, if we can. I totally appreciate keeping a cushion, though. I'm willing to hear what the rest of the council has to say.
Further comments from council? Councillor Gunjo?
Just a quick question, Mr. Mayor, through you, to my colleague, Mr. Dean. What is the purpose of doing that?
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Well, basically, Your Worship, the money's in there now. It's to be used for capital, so I'm spending it on capital. That's all. Sooner or later, that money will run out anyway. So it's not like, I guess the point is this. Whether if an administrator came out and suggested that we use it, this money for this, council would say, yeah, that sounds good, great idea. There's so much money in the fund. When the money runs out, it runs out. So whether you spend it now or spend it next year, it's gonna run out eventually. My feeling is, as I think I've articulated in a previous discussion, I'm trying to get through this year in the hopes, like, I'm hoping inflation isn't gonna be 6.5% next year. And I'm hoping mortgage rates aren't gonna be 6.5% next year. That's what I'm hoping. And so if we kick some of the financing for our municipality down the road a little bit, maybe if our luck is in, and it's very volatile, the economy's all over the map right now, nobody can tell you where it's going to be, but my hope is that we get back down to numbers like 2.5%, 3% for inflation, 3 or 4% for financing. So if we have to come in a little higher next year, when some of these other exterior costs aren't outrageous, people can manage it a little bit. That's really the thinking that I have with this year's budget, is yes, some of these things I'm kind of kicking the can down the road, but the hope is that when we have to deal with it next year or the year after, the economy is settled down, we're not looking at 30% ongoing costs for construction, inflation, and all the other things that are going with it. Because right now, somebody who lives who's gonna pay taxes this year, they're not just looking at our tax bill, they're looking at all their bills. Talk to somebody who has to renew their mortgage right now. Ask them how that's going. I can assure you, not good. And numbers like I used to pay $1,000 a month, and now I'm looking at $2,500 a month. So any way I can try to mitigate the amount of expenditures the regular people out there have to pay, I'm gonna pursue it. And I'm not normally a capital, chip away at the capital kind of guy, but I think this year, one-off, and like I said, the logic is hopefully, dollar for dollar, they're not facing the increase in costs that they're facing this year. And maybe I'm wrong, I'm not an economist. Even the economists don't know, if you really ask them honestly. I'm just making a best guess kind of hope, and it may come back to bite me, but I'm gonna take a stab at it if I can get 6 votes. So I'm just trying to defer some of these expenditures to a year when maybe things aren't quite so difficult. That's the logic.
Making decisions on it, something.
Further comments, questions? Okay. Seeing none, do we need the motion read again? We're clear on the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries.
Wow, there you go. Gotta give credit to all the big cheese country out there, so.
Not gonna call you
Just riding on his coattails right now.
That's right.
Councillor Dupel, I recognize you in a second. I just ask if Ms. Bailey could update the budget, just so we have an accurate number before we continue debate.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Scrimshaw's doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Scrimshaw. Invisible ink. You take something out, it's invisible. $3.61. Councillor Dupel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, so I'm glad most of administration's sitting behind me, so be kind. So I'm gonna just speak to you as I have heard from some residents. And so when we look at our tax base, we look at maintaining services, we look at increasing services, and of course, decreasing staffing would mean decreasing services, but that's not what we're doing here. But what the general public is saying, so revenues, which part of the revenues are increasing with 6 new positions, full-time positions? What services are increasing with 6 new positions? And most of all, when you look around, I can honestly say we're maintaining services, but we're increasing the tax base and we're increasing the staffing by 6. So if I would have a seconder, I would like to propose a motion that we hire 3 this year and 3 in 2024, and leave that up to administration as to which 3 are the most pressing, and they're probably all pressing, but I think that in the times that we're in, we need to show good faith to our residents. And I think that, we talk about tax increases. Well, I say it every budget year, it's compounded, year after year, we're not taking into effect the water increase. People are strapped. It's tight out there. People are paying more rent, as we heard tonight. People are paying more mortgages, and now we're gonna pay more taxes. I don't think that it's a motion that is unacceptable. I think it is, because we're saying that we'll do the 6 and we'll do 3 this year and 3 next year. And sometimes in all our professional lives is that we could use more help, more resources around us in our place of work, and sometimes the budget is just not there. So if I would have someone second the motion, I would sure love to hear my colleagues' comments on this.
I'll second it for discussion.
Councilor Gardner seconds. Okay. Discussion. Councilor Gunjo.
Question to the administration, what's going to be the impact of doing this? Are you going to be on trouble, or already? What is the perspective if we cut it half?
Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't sure who was going to respond, so I'll happily take the question. Thank you. What we've proposed is what we think is that won't put extra stress on to an already taxed group, in the sense of coming out of a pandemic. We didn't take it down, we stayed through it. We had to keep going as the world kept going. And so by doing this, what I would categorize what we've proposed, not taking away from what the councillor has proposed, is we think this is the way that we can manage those salaries and staffing complement in a way that won't put any extra onus on the people that are already being tasked with doing more, as we have depleted resources now through retirements, et cetera. So I don't have a concrete say if this happens, this negative result will be there. I would say as an amalgamated whole, like, it becomes just a bit too, becomes quite hard on the existing group of people that we do have, and asking them to keep going. And that was the thought process behind our approach with what we've presented tonight.
Thank you very much.
Mr. McDonald.
It would be so much easier to respond if we had in front of us a list of exactly where these people would be allocated to, as spoken for already. But then again, we'd kind of be micromanaging. But I do remember keenly the pleas that the IT department made here for additional staff. And I was reading in the paper this morning about the hits some cities have taken and had to pay for because of not even lapses in security, but simply being complacent about what were probably pretty good security systems, and unfortunately had been circumvented. And I think one of our prime needs is for greater security. Am I right? Yeah. So already, I think that was that 2 people you were speaking for your department? So already that's 2 absolutely, like, we'd be foolish not to put those 2 people there. So that leaves 1 more person to supply the wants expressed for the other 4 positions. So frankly, I mean, I think everybody, it's not just residents, but I think the corporation too has been stressed during the pandemic in trying to provide services and things. And when you think of people's additional expenses, so they're going to pay $99 more in taxes. They're going to pay, we're all paying more for groceries. We all have greater expenses. So I think we have to look at the things we provide people. We don't charge kids for these summer park programs that kids go to. And I think we do run these summer programs still. So, I mean, that's a cost saving there. And there's security and safety about it too. And I heard, I think the manager of the swimming pools say that the kids aren't charged this year for swimming in the pools, right? And they used to be charged. So at the same time, we are giving away some freebies that I'm sure are valued. I can speak for 2 parks like St. Francis and Matisse. They're very, very busy, so they're very well used. And that, I mean, that's like giving people money to use for their kids' entertainment and recreation. So we're not just all taking. And unfortunately, these things are sort of nebulous and they're amorphous and they're all over the board. So it's kind of hard to stack them up against $99. But I bet, you know, some family could go through $99 in swim fees in no time flat if they had to pay for them. So I think that this is an unusual ask. I don't recall other years when we've been asked for so many, but we've been constrained for so many years. This is a time when I think we have to invest in our staff. Look at our police force with the number of people who are out sick. So, you know, I think you can take what people are willing to give through their goodwill and all that for so long, and then they just snap. So I think this is an investment that I think we have to make in the corporation at large. We need to complement our current staff with these 6 more bodies. I should say 4, because 2, there's no question. We can't even talk about deciding on them because it's hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably millions, because nobody tells you how much they're fleeced for, right? So if you can read it in the paper, there's, you know, $900,000, you know, there's a few million having been lost and nobody wants to admit it. So I resist this motion. I won't support it.
I have Councillor Bennett and Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. This is one of those cases where you know, the motion's not wrong. And the reasoning is pretty sound, except that we have to look at the staff we have now. And I'm sure you're in the same position as we are at my business. Just getting people is next near impossible. A lot of us have lost staff through COVID for many different reasons and haven't been able to replace them. So if you were to go to my place of business, you could probably walk through the store and not think like the staffing levels are good and the service levels are good. The problem is I've got people that are burning out. And so what's going to happen is to save 3, or even if we wanted to go crazy and save 6, we're going to end up costing ourselves more than that with people burning out. It's just going to happen. And I would have to assume that the people that are in charge of hiring right now are going through the same things we're going through at my place of business. You can't get anybody to work. So we're adding 6 jobs. I'd be pretty impressed if you filled them, to be honest with you, and filled them for more than a month. We got good people, we think, coming in, going through interviews, starting their job, and a week later just don't show up. And that's happening here. I know it is because I've had conversations, and it's happening everywhere. So my fear is that if we cut 3 or 6 or whatever the number ends up being, that the burnout that people are starting to feel now, I'm sure here, because it can't be any different than any other business right now, is going to leave us even shorter than that in the long run. So while I can appreciate where you're coming from, Councillor DePel, I can't support it this time because I've seen it for myself that staff are burning out, and 6 people doesn't sound like a lot in a corporation this size, but I imagine where they plan on putting these people, those are positions that need to be supported. So for those reasons, I can't support the motion.
Okay, I have Councillor Gardner, then Councillor Glid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think between Councillor, excuse me, and Councillor Bennett and Councillor Elaine, there's not much less to say, except when I was operations manager for 2 major companies and a supervisor, I saw often when people were cut, the stress that others were under kind of overburdened them. And I think the burnout, as Councillor Bennett said, happened. I don't like to see people being stressed because they've got too much work to do. I don't like it when they don't have enough, but I don't like to see people when they have too much work to do who quit or find other jobs elsewhere. What administration asked for, I think, is fair, and so I will not support the motion.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Staffing is tricky. It's a delicate balance, and we understand that we have people's potential livelihoods on the line. That said, I do appreciate a level of creativity that can be brought to keeping down the budget, especially as it concerns staffing. From what I see, and it is difficult to kind of piece it together because especially, and I don't know if this is common in previous years, but there's like half a position taken from this department and put in that department, and part-time hours converted to full-time hours, and so it takes a lot of teasing out to kind of see. What I've calculated, and I believe you kind of confirmed this earlier, was that there's an additional 12 new FTE, so full-time equivalencies, that are added to the total staffing complement. Not outrageous. In addition to those 12 new FTEs, we have an increase of almost 11% in our budget for overtime. So my question with that is, it can't be both ways, I guess. I'm questioning an increase in staffing as well as an increase in overtime. Are we alleviating the burden on our staff to actually try and make sure that they're not burning out? Or are we accounting for the fact that we're going to need to use them even more, these additional 12 bodies or full-time equivalencies? So I'm kind of just making a point there. But I think it's a point worth making because it all adds up. The additional overtime this year budgeted for 2023 alone is $215,000. Additional. The total is $2,176,000, yada yada, for overtime, plus 12 new positions. I wonder if we can be creative about that. Additionally, I've seen in other, not just municipalities, but other places of employment, that they've explored the possibility of allowing staff to do a reduced work week, 4 days a week. You know, there's a lot of time spent when you're working, not working, and that's okay. But there's also people who appreciate the fact that they can probably get done most of what they do in a 5-day work week in 4 days, have more time with their families, improve their quality of life, and also save us a little bit. So I'm putting this out here kind of as a challenge to say, while I don't necessarily want to give a firm number, oh, you got to reduce it by 3 or you got to reduce it by 6 or whatever it is. I would like to see us being creative when it comes to our staffing complement and seeing, can this be reduced? Do we have any places that we can reduce this? Can we explore doing a 4-day work week? If we're going to be increasing our staffing complement by 12 FTE, do we also need to be increasing our overtime budget by $215,000? I'm not sure who I'm directing this to. Perhaps
Ms. Bailey has indicated she would like to
Perhaps
answer.
Ms. Bailey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to look to the fire chief as well. Further to Councillor McDonald's comments regarding our full-time staffing. So 2 in IT, absolutely needed. No question. And then we also have an IPAC coordinator that's mandated. And so do you know where the 3 are coming from? We can unfortunately play it out, but those staff are needed. Financial services has seen so much overtime in the last few years, and we most of us don't get paid overtime. So when our staff are working overtime, there's the supervisor there, so that actuals for overtime is drastically underreported, I'm going to say. And so we might have a budget for $7,500 for overtime because that's what we're used to doing at, or our staff are used to doing at budget and year end. It's almost 10 times that rate now for financial services. And I can see that when Chief Lister spoke about the additional part-time hours and the new commander, they need to maintain a service level. They cannot not respond, I'm going to say, and Ms. Chief Lister can speak to that. The overtime itself of $215,000, the increase, when we looked at this, financial services did not increase overtime because we're looking for somebody, because we, like many other departments, there's a lot of burden on our staff right now. That 215 comes from the fire department, who's increased by 200,000. The rest of the corporation went up by 15. So, I'm sorry, Chief.
It's his fault.
That's how fire 5 days.
You should have tipped that mic down.
Sorry about that.
Under the bus there, Chief.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bailey, for a welcoming introduction. Council will recall during my presentation, and there's bits and pieces that can make that up, but we talked about just the 2 structure fires we had this year costing $21,000 in overtime. That's 2. We saw the map on Monday night of the number of structure fires we've had in the past 5 years. So it you know, without providing you specifics on how many structure fires and the exact cost, but there's a good portion of that because the minute we have a confirmed structure fire, we're automatically backfilling and we're automatically bringing in those crews and those costs go up. We've got minimum staffing levels, minimum of 10. So when we have vacations, sick days, lieu days, we've got to maintain staffing. So combined all of that together, and that's where what we've been tracking this year, we've increased our budget line to I would suggest adequately cover what our overtime actually is based on. If we don't have any structure fires, we're not going to see that amount. That's the hope. But I don't want to, certainly, we've been under budgeting up to this point.
Any follow-up, Councillor Good?
Chief Stevenson and I had a little conversation leading up to this, just to get a better understanding of, we obviously had a new deputy chief who was appointed recently, and great, that's good for him. I don't want to put his job on the line, especially when there's a face attached to it. When no one's employed in the job, it's a lot easier to cut it, let's be frank. But I wanted to get a better understanding of how that department was structured and when the decision was made, because when we started in November, there was one fire chief and one deputy chief. From what I'm understanding, it is designed that way. It is standard with, the population of our size and the demands. I certainly appreciate that it's a demanding field. It's also really expensive to run. I don't know if there can be any cuts made anywhere. And again, kind of like Councillor Hollingworth said earlier, I'm not in a position to tell people where to cut. I don't want to do that. I just want to make sure that we are being creative, that we're looking for the best ways to be lean and to make sure we're putting the money in the right places and that we're not having people that are not, I don't know, just that we're being appropriate with our tax base. So, that's it.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple things to make sure we're clear. First of all, we're not cutting any jobs. These jobs currently don't exist within the corporation. They're new jobs, so there's nobody getting cut. We're not getting rid of somebody. The job position or the job title doesn't currently exist. Make sure we're clean on that. Second of all, the motion, if I gather, I think I remember, essentially says to administration, you have some freedom to figure out who you need to hire and who you don't. The other thing that I find is curious, and maybe I'm getting it wrong, but the current budget has about 620 employees for the corporation. That's the new one. What was 622, Ms. Bailey, if I'm not mistaken, if all of these positions were allocated?
Yeah.
622, 640.
640 jobs. So my point is, Your Worship, where I'm going with this, is we're talking about 3 jobs in a corporation of 640 employees. It's not like a 20% reduction in staffing here. We're talking 3 jobs. If someone's going to suggest to me that we're on the brink of collapse because we don't hire 3 new positions, I think we got bigger problems in our budget, quite frankly. And here's the thing, just a little FYI, currently our CAO, previous CAO, has left to gone to another position, and we're kind of managing. We have an interim and everybody down the line, and that job probably won't be filled realistically before May. So we'll have gone 6 months without having a full-time standing CAO in place, and the corporation still carries on. So I guess my point I'm getting to, Your Worship, is I suppose without the extra 3 people, some work will not get done. I'm not expecting one person to do 2 people's jobs, and I'm acknowledging that some service somewhere will not get done. That's how cuts work. And when I made paper for a living, the company cut all kinds of people, and they said, just figure it out, and what you can't do, you don't do. That's just how it works. My point being, I'm not ever I'm very reluctant to support cutting jobs. I don't think the corporation benefits in the long run. But do I think on any given year we could get by with 3 less positions? I kind of think we could. So I'm probably going to support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Ball.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I want to make it clear that these 6 new jobs are, some are mandatory, some are because we are seeing in those departments, you know, the term that was used is burnout, and it's not, we're not shy of that. It is a fact. So, what happens is that it ends up being, what we're talking about actually affects both attraction and retention, because it's a difficult thing for us to retain our current staff with the levels that we have. So we have a shortage, for example, as Tracy pointed out, in the IT department. So what happens is the people who are working in that department are burning out. And so if you don't put those additional people in that department, those people, you may lose those people, and you end up having an attraction problem, because word gets out pretty quickly, you know, in Eastern Ontario, that if you want to work for the municipal IT office of Cornwall, you're gonna be, so that word gets out fairly quickly. So we're proposing these jobs because we think they're essential. I don't know what the answer is of which are more important than the others, but we listen to every one of them, whether it was EMS, finance, IT, Glenstone and Lodge, I believe is another, transit. They were critical to providing the service that we're trying to provide. And it affects, as I said, not only retention of people, but at the end of the day, attraction, because like I said, word gets out fairly quickly. If it's a tough place to work, try to attract somebody to that place. It's tough. So I hear what you're saying, that it's 3 of a fairly large number, but we didn't just come to you with these without a lot of thought. It was a lot of consideration. So I just wanted to make council aware that we do have job burnout, and that we do have retention and attraction challenges at this time.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Councillor Hebert, then Councillor McIntosh, and I'll let you speak a second time, Councillor.
And I promise I won't make speech, just questions.
No, that's fair, that's fair. I just need to give everyone an opportunity to speak first.
If I can make one comment, Mr. Mayor, not on this issue. I want to apologize for choking on a drink when Miss Bailey said what she did about the chief, and I saw the chief's face. I choked up on it. I really apologize for the disruption, and Councillor Fred coming out to make sure I was okay.
So
Appreciate your apology, Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think a lot of the points I was about to make, Mr. Ballo just covered. The comment was, you know, these aren't jobs that exist that we're cutting. Okay, sure, but by not bringing our staff up to the complement that is required for the services that we want to provide to our community, we're going to burn everybody else out, and we're going to lose those jobs. And we can't fill them if we're going to have this reputation of burning out our staff. It's happening everywhere. It's not just the municipality. Look in every sector, in every workplace, there is burnout. This is not unique, but it needs to be addressed. And one way is to possibly fill some spaces with the needed people that our administration are telling us could make a difference. And that, you know, I don't know if I want to say I take offense, but to the we're carrying on, we're just managing. Yeah, we're barely managing at this point. I mean, I think the city's administration is carrying a massive workload, and we need to make sure that their departments are fully staffed so that we don't burn out the people in this room, because it doesn't just trickle down, it trickles up. We're going to see burnout. These people are working way more than the hours that we're supposed to be paying them for. They're not getting the overtime, so we're not seeing it here. Because we'd see 10 times the numbers in overtime. So we need to address this immediately, because I know departments are strapped. So, I mean, my question to administration is, would you come to us with more positions if you didn't need them? It was just for shits and giggles?
Councilor Heber, I'll remind you
Pardon
about
me.
language.
Pardon me. But I mean, like, seriously, I think there's been so many cuts thus far that if administration really didn't see a need, they wouldn't be asking for these 6 important positions. So I would not support this motion in any way. I think it will cripple the corporation when we're already incredibly struggling in retention.
Make one additional comment. I don't want to give the impression that we're having burnout everywhere, because that's not the case. I think, you know, many of our departments are properly staffed. But where the asks are in this budget is because of exactly what your point is, and that is that there's a bit of desperation there that we need staff to properly do the job. Tracy has pointed out the IT and finance area and EMS, Glenstone Lodge and Transit. That is where we believe we absolutely need to see some additional staff. The other departments, for the most part, we're not asking because we think we have a proper complement. We do struggle sometimes with filling voids, but that's just normal.
Councilor McIntosh.
Yeah, have we made any cuts in the last 5 years? Somebody mentioned cuts.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that. We have the same complement. We haven't reduced staff, have we?
I'm going to say that I would have to take a look at it and look at the numbers, but we've definitely moved staff around.
Yeah.
Like one department is looking at its service level, et cetera, understands another department requires and staff. And you see that through all of our budgets that we've presented to
Yeah,
council.
yeah.
There's
That
been some
happens in the private
transfers.
sector. You move people around if you're short-staffed and whatnot. But I'm just saying, there's the impression, some people might think we've cut staff in the last 5 years, and our numbers are pretty consistent. In fact, you know,
I'd have to check.
yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, Tracy, you mentioned an 11% increase in overtime?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, council requested some information, or one of our councils requested.
$215,000.
Some information through you, Mr. Mayor, and so it was sent to all of council so that they would have it in their review. And to the chief's comments, overtime has gone up by 11%, $215,000.
And I know I misheard this, but I thought I heard $200,000 in overtime at
Correct.
CFD.
That's correct.
Of the 215,000, 200,000 occurred at the fire department.
That's correct, and to the chief's point, the amount that's budgeted in the 2023
Yeah.
budget aligns with actuals from previous years.
So we had $15,000 in overtime in all the other departments. I know managers do not get paid overtime, okay? I appreciate that. I've been there, bought the T-shirt. You know, you try to make it up in some other ways, cheat in your expense account and whatnot. Anyway. In our sector, we did that, okay? With the company's approval. So the 200,000, so $15,000 in overtime of the people who get paid for overtime, that doesn't strike me as a lot of money.
It isn't for a corporation our size.
Of 500 some employees. I guess my question, the chief mentioned too that the 200,000 because they had structure fires and that, we've always had structure fires. You know, in fact, we used to have a lot more fire structure. You grew up in the area where I live, half of Pitt Street burned down on a weekend.
Felt that.
Yeah, it felt that way. But I had asked you when you're up there that the previous chief had mentioned that the 24-hour shifts had created overtime. And I don't think he answered me. Is the 200,000 partly because of the 24-hour shift, or do you just say, hey, Jeff Clark can answer that one?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor McIntosh, I mean, it would take, we could go through and go back to the 10s and 14s. I know that when I arrived, we were under budgeting on overtime.
Yeah.
We could go back in 3 to 4 years or 5 years, they've been under budgeting in overtime. That has never been reflected in the previous. So all we're trying to do is get actuals. You know, when I speak to you know, a structure fire, I'm only talking 2, that's $21,000. So,
Lucky.
you know, even if we had 5 or 10, which is probably 50% of what the era that you're speaking of, we're still incurring overtime. Then we have lieu days, sick time, everything else, and then our contract says we have to maintain a minimum staffing at 10. So by virtue of calling in that overtime and training and everything else, we're trying to attribute the actuals to what we're seeing.
How many do you have up there? 56, 57 off?
61 unionized.
61? Could you use more?
That is not
I'll
the
pass
subject
on
of
that.
discussion this evening.
I'm going to ask Bill the same question.
I would rather let Bill have a few more.
No, okay, so I've covered that part. I think if I asked Bill, could you use more paramedics, you're going to say, darn right I can. Yeah, and go next door here, a thing called Cornwall Police Department. 42% of frontline officers available aren't available for work. That's stress. That is serious stress. And talk about burnout. You talk to the chief about that problem she's got on her hands. I go back to Dean's question, say, 6 in the complement of 640 people. I'm just wondering, through you, Mr. Mayor, Mark, this sounds like a health and mental health, not a health issue, okay? When you talk about burnout and stuff. Why are we just hearing about this now? So this been something that Human Resources, somebody comes to, last June and said, guys, we got a problem on our hands. I know that happened where I worked. We'd hear about things, they'd call a meeting and say, guys, we got a problem. We got to solve this before our budget. I'm just wondering why. I know there's a logical reason, but I just can't think of it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not an expert in HR, but I find that when we went through COVID, people's sort of attitudes and expectations, employment expectations, took a turn. And trying to find, and you know, to Councillor Bennett's point, I think we all know how difficult it is everywhere to try to find staff today. And so if you're having a difficult time finding staff, and we are, in certain areas especially, it puts a whole lot of pressure on people. We all know, for example, that there are a number of nurses who are no longer nursing because they've just decided I'm doing something different.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that applies to some extent to many other departments. And so I do find that it has been highlighted more in the last 5 years, partly because of COVID, people working from home, expecting to be able to work from home, that whole thing. Yeah. We've gone through a 5-year period that I've never seen before. I've never heard, you know, I've been listening to the staff talk about we're trying to recruit someone, and listening to the things that they're saying to us. I've never heard that in my life. The expectations from those people, we're not controlling the conversation, they're controlling the conversation. So it's a different.
Yeah, I know. I had a discussion with Jeff about that very subject, and it's universal. It's not just. Again, I'll go back to the police department. You know, they try to hire 4 people. Try to hire 4 people who want to be a police officers this day and age. You know. Here's what bothers me, okay? We talk about this. We heard, and you know, I'm not blaming anybody for this, but we heard the other day about the Hodgsville Hall theater manager left in March, and we gave them one of our managers to help run Hodgsville Hall. Very commendable. I'm just wondering, we're talking about staff burnout, working overtime, yet we had an opportunity to take a person out of that and put them over there on a loan basis. It's like the police department saying, we'll loan you 3 guys, OPP, when we're short-staffed. That's what bothers, you know, I have trouble putting this all together. And I've been asked that already. How did that happen? You know?
Okay. So I can try to describe it a little bit. I gave some of that commentary the other day.
You did, you know,
yeah.
Quite acceptable.
So we didn't take someone entirely and reposition them. That person, we have a guest in the room. that person was able to provide some assistance to Allsville Theatre because of the reduction in work at the complex, especially because of COVID. So it was, you know, and as I said earlier, that business is starting to pick up, but it was a bit weak at that time, right? So we were fortunate that that person was able to assist Allsville Theatre. It's not like she was 100% dedicated to it. I think technically, we could go to Allsville Theatre and say, you know, we compensated you with some staff and we're looking for a return. But it's an organization that is predominantly a volunteer-based organization. We would be asking them for a return of money. We haven't had that conversation. Perhaps Tracy and I could do that with Allsville to say that council was asking about, you know, funds.
But that's not where I'm going with this. That was an issue we discussed and about the financial end. I'm just talking about how an overburdened department or group can say, we'll loan you somebody, or somebody will take on some extra work. Could that person have been moved somewhere else in the corporation? There's a hole to fill over here.
Yeah.
Mary Jane Smith, you go over there.
Yeah, no, that person was loaned to other parts of the department. Mr. Fothrop could probably speak to the fact that she was working at the front desk at the Benson Center at times, at various places, sometimes at the Aquatic Center. I mean, those are not her normal duties. Yep. And so we were able to have her assist. We have continually had challenges with having frontline not guest services, but counter services, both at the Benson Center. And so it was helpful in that regard. But in this case, we were able, you know, she was very familiar with the Allsville system. She's very familiar with the box office and so on. So it worked out very well. Yeah. I think the only thing that is unanswered is, did we do anything financially with Allsville on it? We didn't.
Yeah. I know the work that Tracy, your department does, and Paul. I've heard the stories, Sunday afternoons, being over trying to do things on a day off. You should be home with, you know, enjoying your time with your husband and Rob. It doesn't happen. I know that, okay? But we're talking about 12 full-time employees at it. The last couple budgets ago, we added 3. I remember at the landfill site, they were contract, we made them full-time employees. I think I'm correct on that, right?
Yeah. Not sure the details.
Yeah, I am. And we've created and all good. I used to tell Maureen, if you can prove to me that job's needed, I'll vote for it. But we've created 3 positions, I believe, up here, too, in the last 6 years. Francis, Katie, or somebody else. I'm not arguing those positions. I'm just saying we did create positions.
When I started in this building,
everybody worked.
There were a lot of people in this building.
I mentioned that today when I was in there. I said, this used to be the planning department. Okay.
Yes, it was. This is where I worked in 1986.
Anyway, we're getting off. But I'm going to support the motion, okay? I'm going to be upfront with you. We've created a lot of full-time employees, and you know, I don't think 3 fewer is going to bring the system down. And you've said you're not going to cripple it, but and I appreciate the work your people do. I've always been very supportive of administration. I think we got excellent people working. But I have a tough time justifying 12 full-time positions. I really do, really do, really do. One last question. Do you anticipate any new hires in the next year and a half? I know you're on, somebody replaced you, yeah, leave that out.
That's one.
You're not.
New positions.
I don't know if anyone has the answer to that, because we would have brought it forward.
Okay.
But I also just want to very briefly make the comment that some of those positions we're talking about are, and you all know, about taking part-time work and making it the
Yeah.
equivalent of a full-time. Trying to find people to work part-time is impossible.
Yeah, ask Walmart.
So that's where some of the overtime comes in too, right? Is we can't find part-time people, we can find full-time people.
Yeah, it's a
So
challenge.
that's why we're doing this.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's a challenge, and I think in the private sector, same thing. It used to be the other way around, not to prolong this, but we used to say, we'll make full-time positions, part-time, we'll save a lot of money that way on benefits and everything. So you think it's gone back this way. Anyway, I just want to let you know, that's my position. I'm going to support the motion reluctantly, and it's no slam on people who work the extra hours, but that's a lot of extra positions to create.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Councillor McDonald and Councillor Good speak one last time, then I'll let you wrap up, Councillor Dupel.
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr.
McDonald.
Mayor. So I'm glad you clarified, Mr. Bolo, the fact that this isn't 12 new bodies, it's 12 full-time jobs made out of part-time jobs. But I understand we're looking at 6 new bodies.
12.
And granted, the jobs don't exist, but oh my gosh, the work being done by the people who will be hired to take those jobs is being done now. Any corporation, like any operation, doesn't just hire somebody new the first day they know they're short. You make do. You get people doing a job and a quarter and a job and a half, and you stretch your employees, and it grows like a quantum leap. Like it's an all of a sudden thing. Like you hit the point of elasticity, not there anymore, things are gonna snap unless you fix it. And that's the point at which you have to put the extra bodies in. And when I heard that EMS was another one, because I didn't recall the ones, there's absolutely no question that that's needed. And I see buses going around town all the time, we're hiring. And did we not have Mr. Jean Marcel say that some routes had to be canceled, or maybe it was a driver who told me that?
Reduced.
Right? Thank you, Mr. Fothrop. So we say we haven't lost services. We've had buses not running when they're supposed to be. So this is not something we're telling you is gonna happen in the future. We're telling you this has been happening, and we have to hire somebody new to supplement the transit staff to stop it from happening. And my God, Glen Stordon Lodge. I don't think I've ever seen a time where we're not advertising for more people like Glen Stordon Lodge. You know, you look at the, everywhere, choose Cornwall and the freeholder of the paper, the one day a month when we advertise for staff, we're always looking for people there. And people there are stretched because that's a medical situation. You know what nurses are subjected to. And so who's gonna deny another employee for Glen Stordon Lodge? So please, Councillor McIntosh, change your mind, please. These are desperately needed bodies. And the current existing staff has been doing the work that they will do if we hire them. And they have been doing it with an excessive goodwill, but you know, that only goes so far. And at one point, the energy runs down and you just can't get out of bed in the morning and do another damn job and a half, you know? So I think that this is an essential that we have to support. And it's a service to our citizens. It's not like we're dinging them for, you know, an extra $99 and it's gonna break them. It's gonna break our people if we don't do this. So I will not support the motion.
Councillor Good?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I had started to ask a question earlier, kind of got derailed. In regards to the 4-day work week, is this something that has been considered? Is it something that has been discussed at an administrative level? And is this something that we are intending on offering our full-time staff as an option in order to help us decrease some of our staffing costs and in order to increase our employee well-being?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll let Mr. Clark speak mostly to it. We have had very early conversations. We're seeing other municipalities in the early days of implementing that. There's a variety of what we're seeing. Are they working fewer hours? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So some are, you know, 4/10s, some are just working 4/7s and getting the same salary. So you're actually the same number of hours for the same pay, and that's what people are expecting. That's this, you know, they're controlling the conversation. That's what we're seeing. Anyway, I'll let Mr. Clark speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've had 2 conversations on these topics, and the conversations in the meeting that we had was more about what do we want to be as an employer in what we consider a reset, in the sense of, they call it the Great Resignation, and in fact, I would argue it's the Great Retirement, in the sense that we've been artificially buttressed from about 2009 when that economic downturn happened. It seemed that the workforce was buttressed by an enormous amount of retirees, almost looking for other work. And now that that group has now gone on to say, I don't want to do any more, we have a vacuum. And this vacuum is now us having to go out and find people again, train them again, in the sense of, I think there's, like I mentioned when we made the presentation, we have an over-reliance on post-secondary educations as our training and whatnot. So all of that we have to look at, 1 4-day work week. We looked at, is it a 32-hour work week?
Yeah.
Is it a 32 for same pay hour work week? Is it a work from home day a week? We've talked about it being between Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and Monday and Fridays being days we require in the office. We've looked about various scenarios, like if you have to take a meeting in the office, maybe that's when you come in. So all of that we have on a long list, and we've gone round and round about it. We looked at vacation and how we're doing all these things. So there is a preponderance of that. We looked at sabbaticals. If people wanted to, if they had, let's say we put them on an 80%, and every 5th year they wanted to go do something else, we're starting to really think that that might be a benefit, like even as an employer, that there's a trade-off for both people in that instance. So all of those things are brand new to the world. We have some reluctance with some of those things, maybe not be so agreeable with council. So we have to find out what the cost and benefit of all of those programs are. We wanted to get through here at budget, so to speak, because we said do this while budget was going on. Tracy might have. She might not have made out so well. But in this instance, we've all said that we absolutely have to turn our minds to who are we going to be as an employer, because the retention and the recruitment efforts, this is not a 12-month problem. I believe it's 3 to 5 years at the very least, and then we'll see what happens after that. So all of that to say, we've had a lot of conversations about it. We have not turned away from it. This continues to be an active part. In fact, we're putting most of our eggs into a basket of what does our employment environment look like, because that's what we think is going to be the biggest opportunity we have. The other thing, and we think this is important because we think this is our time to start convincing a younger demographic that a career in a municipality is a wonderful thing to have. And not only are we trying to do it from our local standpoint, we're trying to do it from a municipality-run Ontario level, to say we have to start getting into schools, we have to start selling ourselves as a viable career option. I don't have any more than that from what is a very long-winded explanation already, but those things are all there. We are not lost on them. They just don't have an immediate answer for us, but we will have an answer, we suspect, within the next few months about what we think we should be doing with it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer, and I appreciate that right now, that it's a future project, and it's something that when you're looking at your full complement, it's very hard to go down once you go up. And I wouldn't suggest that we do that, but I think we can potentially in the future creatively look at ways to buffer our increases in regards to salary, and I hope that that is one that will be explored, because I think younger people are looking for that. They don't want to be burnt out. They don't want to spend their lives at the offices, and it is an employee market. It's not an employer market right now. I've heard from a number of people about, financial needs, Glenstore Dunn Lodge, paramedic services, transit. There's some additional positions, it looks like, in bylaw and in recreation. Not a lot, like 1.5 each. What I found challenging, I just will say this, in looking at the staffing complement, is there are 12 new FTE, but this number has been very, very difficult for us all to agree on. And I think in future budgets, it would be very useful to see not just the total change, but the actual additions, the additional FTE, to each department, because it is tricky to see when things move from one place to another. And it's useful for us when we are actually examining what's being asked to know where things are going. So that's fine, and that's a future problem. Unfortunately, I don't see where we're going to get 3 positions. I wish I did, but I don't think I can support it for that reason, even though I would love to see us save our taxpayers some money. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Actually, before I let you out, Councilor DuPont, I'm going to make some comments too. If you had asked me to support this previous term, I may have said yes. Right now, I can't, unfortunately. I'm seeing the burnout firsthand in some of the staff. I'm at City Hall every day, and as Mr. Ball alluded, there's not as many people that work in this building as there have been in previous years because departments have been moved as they've grown. But I can say that the staff that I do see every day, I know some of them are wearing more than even 3 hats at this time, and part of that is because we are short-staffed and we've had difficulties in hiring, and part of it is just other reasons related to the hiring climate right now. My concern becomes exactly what was described tonight, where maybe we do save some money if we were to not cut 3 jobs, but delay the hiring of 3 FTEs. But over the course of the year, and a year can be a long time, if more burnout is experienced, people may just leave. In the municipal sector right now, there's a lot of poaching going on between municipalities. And if other municipalities are offering better working conditions and less overtime paid or not, there's a lot of inclination for people to change who they work for and to leave the municipality. And I am worried we would see that because there are a lot of vacant jobs. You know, we are hiring, as alluded to, we're obviously in the hiring process for a new CAO. So is the city of Ottawa. And in a sense, while, you know, we're 2 completely different municipalities in terms of size and scope, we're hiring for the same position at the end of the day. So, I mean, even that is a small example, shows you that it's an employee's market right now. So I can't support the motion. I appreciate the intent behind it, I understand it, but right now we're at a point where I think we risk losing more people by attrition just for the sheer fact that we'd be potentially asking too much of employees. Councillor Dupel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will just say, I want to say for the record, because I don't want to be seen or said as I'm micromanaging. I'm not micromanaging. I've sat around this council table for the last 12 years, and I have the utmost respect for our administration, our employees, whether they work at Glenstorden Lodge, whether they work at Public Works, wherever they may work. I have the utmost respect for them and appreciate what each and every one of you and them do for our residents of Cornwall, keeping us safe, keeping the city running. I have the utmost respect. My intent behind the motion was to ask administration and my colleagues for some patience for the next year, to bring 3 jobs on this year, 3 jobs on next year. I think as a city councillor, we have a duty to look at where we can help save it by raising the tax. If this wasn't our duty, then we wouldn't be here at every budget doing the budget. Administration would just give us the budget and say, this is what the tax increase is for this year. This is my duty as a city councillor to come up with motions, look around, see what we can save, see where we can, and for the record, so the resident knows, we're not cutting jobs and we're not burning people out by saying we're going to only hire 3 this year and 3 next year. If the burnout is happening, it's already happening with your full complement of staff, which as a city councillor, we're not aware that we have a burnout problem at the moment. So that's alarming to me, because I think that we should have had some sort of indication way prior, before it looks like we're micromanaging, that we've got an issue, and how are we going to deal with that issue, and see if we can come up with some solutions that prevent the burnout from happening. Reducing services, we have not reduced services. My colleague says transit. Transit, yes. You know what? Since COVID's been on, have we looked around the city where business hours have had to change because they don't have the staffing to fill the operation hours? That is everywhere. To my colleagues and to the residents, this is clearly asking for administration to be patient with us as we work through troubling times And we hear the $99 sentence all the time, but you know what? It's about working for the resident. So through you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Madam Clerk, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Do we need the motion to be reread before we vote? Whenever you're ready, Madam.
Would you like me to reread the motion?
Yes?
Sure.
Yes, please.
So the motion is to hire 3 full-time positions rather than 6 full-time positions. I understand that Councillor Dupel said for next year, but we can't make a decision on next year's budget at this time.
And that's
But
totally
we
acceptable.
understand
Yep.
your... So for the recorded vote, Councillors Claude McIntosh.
In favor.
Dean Hollingsworth.
Favor.
What is Dupel?
In favor.
Sarah Good.
Not in favor.
Councillors Caroline Hébert.
Opposed?
Elaine McDonald.
Opposed?
Councillor Sid Gardner.
Opposed?
Denis Sabourin.
Opposed.
Todd Bennett.
Opposed.
Fred Goujo.
Opposed.
And Mr. Mayor, Justin Townville.
No.
So the motion is defeated, Mr. Mayor.
Further questions, motions, discussion on the budget? Councillor Good.
Okay, can I ask a question? Let me see here. I think it's page 177. So we have 150,000. Do I need to put a motion, or I can just ask a question?
You can ask a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we have on page 177, $150,000, 30,000 of which is from the Parklands Reserve to redo these new playgrounds. I understand that this has been kind of a cycle, that every year we choose a couple of playgrounds to redo. My question in this is that we are waiting for a report to come from administration regarding a recreation and placemaking committee that I feel will have input on how we go about redoing some of our playgrounds. If we keep this in the budget, do we have the authority, once it's been approved, to say, actually, we're not going to do Grant and we're not going to do Chevrier, we're going to do something different? Do we have that authority?
Procedurally?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I do not know how to answer that question.
Yeah, I'll refer to Mr. Fothrop, who would have come up with the idea of these 2 selected parks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess, without the terms of reference of these committees or working groups being approved, it's hard for me to speak on what authority they would have over council. I would say normally these committees are advisory bodies. They make recommendations to council. So if the budget were to pass as is, that would be the direction to administration to proceed with the installation of 2 new structures at these 2 parks. However, if council were to change that direction throughout the course of 2023, then that would be up to council to do, and administration would follow that direction.
Okay, can I make a motion?
Motions are in order.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we take the funding that is allocated in the current budget on page 177 for the playground structure replacement, that we take 100,000 of which to install lights at Matisse Park Basketball Court on 179, and the remaining, and $20,000 to do the study for the dog park. What page is that? On page 159. And that we keep the $30,000 from our Parkland Reserve that we can use. I'm assuming it's in the reserve for other projects.
Before we get a seconder, I'm gonna ask Ms. Bailey to comment on that, because we decided to refund the $120,000 from the CCBF.
Uh-huh.
And it's not coming from the tax base at this time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right.
And further to Mr. Mayor's comments, the money that your motion to allocate it to a study would not qualify under the program. Now, the lights would.
Okay.
But not the 20,000.
Okay, I had completely forgotten that we were taking it from the CCBF. Okay. I would, geez Louise then. Okay, can I recall that motion and take a minute?
Motion wasn't seconded, so it's not on the table,
Great.
Councilor Good, it's fine.
Apologies.
Further questions, discussion?
Okay,
Councilor
make a
McIntosh.
motion that we pass the budget as is.
Do you want to do the lights?
I have a few motions.
Oh, okay.
Councilor Good, I assume you're withdrawing your motion.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Councilor Ngunjo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. I would like to speak about the basketball playground. I don't remember the page.
I believe it's 179.
Thank you. You told me, through you, Mr. Mayor, so you told me that you wanted to make a barrier around, right? So instead of a barrier, can you use this money for the light?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I suspect that won't be sufficient funds. We were going to put in a chain link fence along the south side of the basketball court adjacent to Cotton Mill Road. I would expect that fencing is probably in the $20,000 range, just roughly. For the lights, I would estimate somewhere around 100,000 is probably the right number.
Okay. So technically, I was expecting to get light for this. So I see that there is no room because I thought that we can use money from the same project, but to allocate it for another part of the, if we don't have enough, there is no other room that we can play to get light.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that the value of that fencing would cover the cost of the lighting.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to leave this point, but I have another question about gas. So I wanted to know about, through you, Mr. Mayor, the company that we are using right now to buy gas for the cars and trucks that we have. Are we sure that we have the lowest price for these for what we're buying? Please, can I have the price of 1 liter?
32.
One.
I'm just going to, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to get some information. So currently, the budget has, includes $1.30 per liter. Last year, it was $1.10, so we did increase the budget quite a bit for fuel. But what we have been seeing is that we're paying probably about $1.38 for unleaded gasoline and about $1.77 for diesel. So based on what we're seeing today, if that continues through 2023, our fuel budget will be short, probably about $330,000. And Mr. Fothrop can speak to this as well. We go out for competitive bidding for our fuel. So it goes through a procurement process to get the best price.
And do you, is it going to be long, or do you think it's something that we can go through, or?
We regularly procure fuel. Mr. Fothrop, did you want to comment further?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. We go through a competitive process and we use the RAC's rate, so I think the price we pay for fuel is as competitive as we can get.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Last question or motion, page 131. It's infrastructure planning. So this is quite a big amount that we're gonna use for these bicycle lanes. I would just like to introduce a motion to withdraw it from the budget.
It's not tax-based. It's not tax-based.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
131.
I'll ask again, is there a seconder for the motion?
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor, through you. Page 131, we're talking about the active transportation sidewalks. That's not being funded through the tax base.
Oh, sorry. Let me.
Projects can still be removed from the budget even if they're not funded from the tax base.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
These are sidewalks.
I was just saying that projects can be removed from the budget regardless of funding source.
Okay.
But can you just clarify the?
Yeah. So So it's So it's infrastructure planning, active transportation. The amount is 360,000.
For sidewalks.
Yes. I would like to withdraw, to put on a motion to withdraw it.
Clarification? That won't change the percentage there, because it's not being funded by the tax base. It's being funded by the Canada Community Building Fund, so it won't reduce how much taxes people will pay. Correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. It would put the 360 back into the Canada Community Building Fund Reserve, possibly to be used for other purposes. The project would be removed from the 2023 budget if there was a motion to do so.
So it's not gonna affect the tax?
It would not affect the
Increase.
tax levy.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think that was the last point that I wanted to discuss, so everything looks good for me.
Okay, so you withdraw your motion?
I withdraw my motion, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Joe.
Don't have a motion, Mr. Mayor, but I have a question.
Okay, I'll recognize your question, and I'm gonna go to Councillor Good.
Oh, she's had it, go ahead.
Councillor Good?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna give this another shot, and hopefully I do it right this time. Okay. I would like to make a motion that we remove the playground structure replacement on page 177. The reason for that, this playground structure would be put out for RFP this summer, and then we would expect to be constructing it in 2024. While at the same time, we've approved the park development phase in Bellwood Ridge, and I anticipate that at that time, we will also be nearing construction for the St. Therese Accessible Park, which was brought to council on Monday night. My proposal is that we use that funding, which I realize is from the CCBF, in order to fund the $100,000 that would be required to put lights at the Matisse basketball court while the construction is underway. This would leave a $50,000 additional that can be left as is. I don't know how much I can put in one motion.
I think I'll ask the clerk for clarity's sake and what would work best.
Is it best to leave it like that and do another motion? For
Depends on what you have to.
I would
add
like
to it.
us to do the study for the off-leash dog park, and I'm wondering if that can be taken from the parks reserve. Because I know it can't be from the CCBF.
I'm sorry, it cannot.
It cannot, so that would have to come from the tax base?
That's correct.
Okay, I will make that a separate motion to do the $20,000 off-leash dog park study from tax base. So the motion is to remove the playground structure replacement and instead to use $100,000 towards lights at the Matisse basketball court, where I believe it will extend the use, the safety, and will enhance that neighborhood in a much more substantial way.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Counselor Gunjo. Discussion. Counselor McIntosh.
Jamie, through you, Mr. Mayor, that was off the head estimate, wasn't it? That's nothing concrete, the 100,000?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think 100,000 is a reasonable figure to accomplish the lighting.
So it's not gonna come in at 150, you don't think so?
I hope not.
An extra 50.
Fewer lights.
Go buy a lottery ticket tonight.
Further discussion? Counselor McDonald?
A question of Mr. Fothrop, so then, or Councillor Good, actually, to you, Mr. Mayor. So not to do the replacements at those two parks,
Not at this time.
and instead to put the lights in at Mattice? And from your point of view, well, you're no longer the chief of all recreation services, you're much more than that now, but I will address the question to you. You obviously chose these two neighborhood parks over Mattice, giving Mattice their fence for this year and presumably lights maybe next year. So why did you do that instead of what Ms. Good is suggesting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the recreation master plan that we have been following, we endorsed a couple of years ago, recommends that we replace 2 playground structures a year to stay current on our playground structure inventory, and that they get updated at a reasonable frequency so that they remain in good condition, and as well, you know, the certain things like the accessibility of the structures has improved over time. And so that is the reason why we've put the playground structure replacement project in the budget. Years past, we would just do 2 structures every second year. And so we were only doing that at our overall a rate of 1 per year. Our intent was to start the trend where we're actually, where we're replacing these structures as the master plan recommends. We would ideally like to have lights at the basketball court as well. The reason why we didn't include that was we felt that could be something that could be added at a later date, as funds become available.
So you're catching up on the playgrounds, and we'd be asking you not to this year.
That's correct.
I don't support the motion.
Further discussion? I had a question to you, Mr. Fothrop. For Mattice Park, for the tennis courts, I know there's a project to replace the courts, but also the lighting for the courts. Has that been accomplished there yet, or is that?
Mr. Mayor, no, we have not. Mattice Park wasn't the tennis court that we were going to resurface. Last year, we had a budget to do Broadview Park. Could not find a contractor to do it. This year, we have a project to include, or to do Kinsman Park. So our intention is to sort of package those 2 tennis courts together, put it out, possibly even include the basketball court as part of it, since it's a very similar scope of work, and hopefully that larger sort of value project will attract these specialty contractors that do this sports court type of work.
Just as a follow-up, is there a plan to have lights for the tennis court at Mattice?
The lights, there are lights at Mattice Court now, but whenever it comes due, I believe the surface at Mattice tennis courts are one of the better of our 5 tennis courts. So whenever we do plan to do the Mattice tennis courts, we will upgrade the lights at the same time. I should say that when we did do the lights at Broadview last year, because that's we were able to do that with an electrical contractor. It's the asphalt and court surface work that we were unable to retain a contractor.
I guess where I'm going with this is that if we're looking to replace the lights for the tennis court at Mattice, and we're looking to get lights for the basketball court for Mattice, could we combine that into a single tender to get a better value?
Yes, absolutely, we could do that. I would suggest that we do that at the time that we plan to upgrade the Mattice court lights.
Okay. I don't think I want to wait that long, but at the same time, I think there's value in potentially waiting on this. Appreciate, you know, the reason behind the motion, but from my perspective, I'd like to see the playground equipment go into the parks first. Do we need the motion reread?
Yeah, if I could get it read, Your Worship.
Can I make a closing?
You can make a closing, Councillor Good. My apologies.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As one of the few members around council who actually actively uses the playgrounds in town, while I appreciate that having new equipment and replacing it is a priority, replacing the equipment that is there with generic equipment is not bringing greater value to the children and families in these neighborhoods. I believe that this represents a reasonable delay, and that given the other incoming projects, we're not taking anything away from our community, but instead reallocating these funds towards a deserving area of town that is often underfunded. I believe that the lights at Mattice Park will help to serve a broader range of families, children, and youth. And I urge my colleagues to consider that we do not simply go through the motions and just replacing park equipment for the sake of replacing it to have it new. Go to the parks. If they're all the same, I want us to put thought into this and not throw around the term accessibility because it's fashionable. If these parks aren't truly accessible, but we have accessibility in here, I'm bothered with that. We don't want more ramps to nowhere. We don't want more $75,000 parks that really aren't giving us a whole lot for that community. So I urge us to be thoughtful and mindful and creative. Take the opportunity that we have. We are not taking anything away from our community. We have playgrounds that are coming in 2024, and we can be proud. We can yell it from a mountaintop. But given what Mr. Fothrop just said about being able to tender the lights at the same time, which we can do, I believe, prior to the resurfacing, if that's correct, I think it would make financial sense, and I believe it would make sense to the members of the community in this area. I urge my colleagues to consider this motion.
Councillor Hollingsworth, you wanted the motion
I'm
read?
good, Your Worship. If I could just get the motion read, that's all I'm.
That's what I was asking you for.
Please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The motion is to remove the playground structure replacement in the amount of $100,000 in order to fund the lighting project in Mattice Park.
Thank you.
All in favor of the motion? All opposed? Motion is defeated. Further motions? Questions? Councillor McIntosh, you said you
Oh, I
had a
had
question?
a question, not a motion. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the fire chief. The $40,000 in equipment, could you enlighten us on what kind of equipment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McIntosh. So I do have a spreadsheet here that I can read off. Outside of council, the question was asked, is there equipment currently? The equipment that is in the facility currently is probably the age of the building. Cables broken, disrepair, not operable. We utilize a treadmill for our recruitment process. Currently, the treadmill's broken, cannot be repaired. You know, just to start a treadmill, $7,000. So the intent here is that we have a baseline that will be utilized here and relocated to the new hall when that is completed, and provide another 30 years of operational time within that equipment.
So this equipment that you have now is not, can't be repurposed, it's had its day?
It is beyond its life.
Okay. $7,000 for a treadmill?
Yes.
I got a bargain.
So certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a difference between the Canadian Tire and a commercial.
Well, this came from a pretty good company, but anyway, it wasn't that much. Anyway, it's very useful for hanging laundry on. Just turned to, anyway, okay, thanks for that.
Councillor Bennett.
And just to follow up to that, did you say the treadmill is used for, what did you say you're using the treadmill for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our recruitment process. So they put on their PPE, the bunker gear, their breathing apparatus, and then we have them complete a thorough time trial, basically.
Right, okay, I understand, thanks.
Wouldn't want to try that with the guys who got 20 years in.
I can't do that carrying a briefcase, so.
Further questions, comments, motions? Keeping in mind, we have about 6 minutes left. Counselor McDonald?
I move that we approve the budget as shown on the board at the moment.
Is there a seconder? Counselor Hebert. Discussion, Counselor McIntosh.
The one thing I was looking forward to, Tracy, I thought it said, somebody told me it was going to be up on the board, was most people I know have an assessment higher than 176, so they're going to corner me tomorrow morning at the curling club and want to know if their bill's really going to be $99. And I would put some of these assessments at about, say, $225, $250. What can I tell them they're going to pay?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely possible. There's assessments below 176, and there's assessments.
Yeah, but I don't know anybody. I'm just talking about the people I know.
So we did do a couple of charts. If, would you and we also did one, we hope it's connected, that compares it also, or includes it with the water wastewater. So this is, I would say, the best that we can do right now. You see the different types of properties that the city has. So the 9977 could be anywhere in this illustration from 125, I think, on here to as low as 7206 for a duplex.
Yeah.
So if the home is twice as much as 175 assessed value at the 2016 CVA,
Yeah.
the increase would be twice the amount at
All right.
200.
I'll tell them it's going to be less than $250. There's an education tax added onto this too, which would be much.
It isn't, but I understand that the education rate has stayed the same, which means that that in itself would have a decrease overall whenever you combine the two.
Okay.
It's good to know.
I just want to thank you and your staff for the work they've done. You made the cutting for us easy. You did most of the cutting. Anyway, I appreciate it. I know the work you've done. I've heard about the hours you've spent and with Paul and his your other staff members, and Mark, your crew too. It's when we started at 5.7, I had suggested we put money in the budget for flak jackets. Went on public.
Not necessary.
It was a lot higher than 5 when we started.
Okay. Anyway, congratulations, guys. A great job, and this is Paul's last budget with us.
Oh, that's right.
He just thank God.
No doubt there.
Hopefully, I got more left, but anyway.
We haven't voted for it yet.
Yeah, Counselor McIntosh, you made the assumption we're already past it. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none, call the vote. All in favor is the budget as presented. All opposed? Budget is carried. Council, thank you for your hard work on this, for the meetings, for your research and questions. To administration, thank you for all the work you did preparing for the budget leading up to this point and everything involved with that. Appreciate your time. Can I get a motion to adjourn, please? Councilor McIntosh, Councilor DePel, all in favor? Carried, thank you.
So Dean, you gonna watch the new starring Leafs tonight?
Leafs beating Oilers? Well, they traded everything for nothing.
I'm liking it. I'm done.
I didn't think so.
Councilor Hebert. And I thought that when they called me, she said 10:15 p.m. I went 15 a.m. She was no.
No, yeah.
You guys.
I had to go in for one. MRI at about 11:30. Are you a blue and white fan?